You'll have to forgive my voice a little bit as the day goes on. We did the training yesterday, and no matter what, if I'm in front of a room, even with the mic, I strain and push, so my voice will probably be going out throughout the day. Thank you all for coming out. This is 6th or 7th Builder Summit that's been run, and really appreciate you guys coming out, continuing to support the community as the community grows. Faces that I've seen many years over, people that are brand new. If you would like to get on the internet, the hotel is providing the Wi-Fi, so you can use the Manger Guest. If you've checked in and had the privilege of staying here, you see that there's a super secret password that not to be shared called Babe Ruth. That lobby is going to be dedicated for us for the next 2 days, so please, if you do have a sidebar conversation, a meeting to take, go out there, use it. The pool is unfortunately closed, but feel free to explore the cool historic space that we're in. This is something that I get a lot of personal opportunities to get praise and thanks. People come up and say, "Hey, Kurt, thanks for doing this," but it really isn't me. Kelly is in the back of the room. Kelly Luss has been running this show, so thank her. We've got Drew that's running the AV, and Jostin that's setting up and running this thing, so really thanks for the team. This is a great room. We have about 150 people that registered for in-person, but what you don't necessarily see is that we have another 150 people that are remotely watching. And we pushed really hard this year to make sure that regardless of your ability to get travel approval or come to San Antonio, for me, escape the snow, you can participate. So we do have a WebEx and Teams link for those that use those systems and a YouTube live stream. These are open to be shared, and the entire conference will be recorded and put up there for posterity. So every voice crack, every stumble of my terms and words will be immortalized forever on the internet. We do also have Paul Showalter, who sadly could not be here, that many of you work with, that is managing and monitoring questions online, and we also have the info@email. So if anybody's having difficulties connecting, using the tools, reach out. Mentioned that Paul cannot be here. That's because he was exposed to COVID from his wife, so would not step into a room, ask him to step on a plane if he felt sick or was exposed. Please recognize that we're all here. We all have family and people that we care about. If you feel bad, stay home, throw up YouTube, go back to your hotel room. Otherwise, please enjoy the time together. I feel like this conference has a bit of a unique providence over the last 3 years. We hosted February 3 years ago, and I remember Scott was in the room talking about, hey, this COVID thing's a little different. This might be something that we care about. It was right as the news was starting to come out. And then we hit a lull in the activity in July. It was right before Delta. We still came out. We still got the opportunity to come in person. Nobody would actually ever stop talking because everybody's so excited to get out of their house. And now we're coming out together again today. So thanks for continuing to support us throughout the different challenges. The other safety notice is we have hot mics. Come on up, have a conversation. I usually hang out up here, but know that it might be streaming. So no bad-mouthing clients, no talking about how dumb people are. It might be heard. We have the Builder Summit website. For you that have registered online, and many people ask for slides, we are starting to post slides already up on the website. Matt's going to be coming up here for those that are participating on remote YouTube to try to get a view of the speaker and a view of the slides is challenging, so I do recommend pull up his PDF, follow along, and you might get a better view of what he's exactly saying. We also have the website that we've been using for doing demos and whatnot. You all have a username and password into that. It's going to stay live for the next couple of weeks. And for those that do continuing education and like the certificates of completing training, just fill out the survey and we'll respond with a PDF. Nothing like a little bit of a carrot and a stick, right? We'll get that survey. For the agenda, I'm covering the introduction and host capabilities. This is just a preview of what we're going to be doing tomorrow for our sponsors. The SMS highlights and the next updates, we're super excited to have Matt Walters from Searle able to participate and give an update. It's nothing like hearing from the person with the closest view to what's coming in the future. And then really the meat of this is to try to do information exchange. We're trying to get people up in front of the room that have had different experiences that we think that there's opportunities to gain value of. So how to do data integrity around re-inspections. Does it take longer to re-inspect Builder? Does it take shorter? What is your lessons learned? How can we learn about that? A lot of people are going into not necessarily an initial wave, but a data sustainment model. Then quality programs. This is software that's doing planning. Your data is only as good as the quality of it. So we're going to talk about that, how to do mission risk, data sustainment as well, and then some non-traditional Builder programs, things that you wouldn't necessarily expect would be in Builder. This is a program that can be used a lot of different ways. In the evening, we are going to have a happy hour complimentary social time, so stick around, have a beverage before you get out to dinner, and really this community is a small one. You're going to see the same types of people, doing the same types of work. Get to know somebody, and if you see somebody that's sitting by themselves, offer an introduction. Going into tomorrow, we have a sponsor-provided breakfast, and that's when we get into the capabilities showcase. We're going to have our sponsors that really make sure that this can happen, able to show, hey, this is what we do, and this is why we're here, supporting this community. PRV, I think it's a good topic. A lot of people look at FCIs as a Builder number, but really there's one half of the equation that's oftentimes completely outside of that. So let's talk about how do we make that better so that those FCIs actually mean something. And then the build environment from Alpha, they're going to talk about that, performance on the future. We have a presentation from the Coast Guard about what they're doing. They came on, and oftentimes the late starters get to take advantage of the early mistakes that have come on, so it's fun to see what's happening there. And then we're doing a drone demo in the afternoon and also getting into catalog manipulations. A lot of people say Builder as, you get what you've got kind of a thing, and they'll realize you can really tailor what is in those drop-down options to meet your needs. And then I'll just wrap it up and talk about what's next. Many people have reached out to Kelly and myself through registration and links, and they hear about the event, and they say, what's the cost? Where do I pay? We have been committed to this community from the beginning to say, hey, we used to be attached to the FM workshop. Maybe we can just add a day to get people in the room to share some information and talk about the new release, what's coming out, what people might not have heard about. As we've grown, as we bought, as the infrastructure has gotten better, that's harder and harder to do as a small company. So we open it up to sponsors in Stantec, WSP, Tetra Tech, Jacobs, Gordian, and Alpha. Can we get a round of applause for helping make sure we can actually do this? And as a preview, and because I don't want to have to talk tomorrow morning during our capabilities discussion, I'm going to talk a little bit about Digon. We are a small company. We are a CRADA PLA holder with Searle, so we've been partnered for over 12 years now, doing Builder training, doing Builder hosting and support, but a lot of people don't necessarily know what we do. So if there is a commercial entity or a state entity that would like to use Builder, we can set that up, sell the software, host the servers, and run everything. We also run the servers for a few government, federal clients. But really, we started out as providing training. We stepped in at a very lucky time right before the DoD mandate came on, and so we were a small organization that happened to know something that a lot of people wanted to hear about. And that has also evolved into a completely online, self-paced, computer-based training class. We do consulting, help programs spin up their thing, write policy documents, in-field and desktop QA support, and then finally technology products. The Digon Systems does really mean something. We actually do have a systems approach to what we do, not necessarily a traditional just services organization. Those technology products are available for demo in the back. At our booth, we have first Flow tablets. We built a mobile application that's both Android and iOS capable. This is for streamlined of gathering data. We think that there's a need to have something that's more responsive to touch, something that can take photos, use your microphone, do some on-device QA checks, help enforce quality, even as you're gathering data. Are you sure that that 40-year-old fan is still in green? Hey, I noticed you didn't take a picture and you marked it red. Why not have these little reminders right there in your app? And then it comes back to our servers and it works directly through the API to push that data into Builder. How it gets that data into Builder is with one of our other products, Spire. It's a data integration and middleware. So yesterday there was people talking about Maximo and other CMMS solutions, and they said, hey, can these systems talk? The answer is yes. It's not easy, but it's certainly capable. Our middleware, which is a web application, helps manage the communication between the two different softwares a little bit easier. Again, we can demo it. Even from just a simple spreadsheet, you can change the name of 1,000 sections or create 100,000 sections, as we did for the Coast Guard, through just this API and a spreadsheet. Now that we have this wealth of data in our servers, let's do some dashboards. Everybody's looking at data analytics and their ability to tell stories. So we're just right in the middle of rebuilding the UI for our dashboards, but we also do in-application custom reports. So the things that you run to look at all your information, the scenario summaries, the catalog reports, site reports, we have a team that actually writes the SQL, deploys it to the server, and really changes it from a software that you have to click and drag a lot of information through to something you can extract, give a professional presentation on, and get that budget approved. And lastly, Sage. It's our QA rules engine. If we have access to the information, we've been doing field and desktop QA for a number of years. Well, let's automate that. These are the same types of checks that people are doing over and over again. Hey, why is one section worth the same as my building? Why do I have old sections with good ratings? Why do I have quantities that don't make sense? Or missing, fire suppression on a 1990s buildings. If you're used to data QA, you're used to spreadsheets and long, multiple monitors, anything that you repeat can be automated. So we built a rules engine that does those kind of normal checks that you think everybody should be aware of on all your sections. But we also have a rules book that allows you to customize it and say, well, my rule is that all section names must be in all caps. It's not a builder rule, but it's a Coast Guard rule. So let's enforce that. My rule is that everything in amber plus and below needs to have a photo. So we have client-specific rules. We actually enforce the entire Army guide through this rules engine so that that 700-page document doesn't have to be memorized and slogged through for hours and hours. And then you have the ability to silence rules if you've recognized that it's a special case. There is a building with no windows, no doors, just so happens to be a SCIF. All right, so we're just going to silence that alert. You don't have to get notified of it every time. And update it without necessarily a new release. That is our products. It's all within the web application. And again, if you would like to know more, come find me, come find anybody at the Digon booth. Typically, I go into these summits with a lot of features and enhancements that have been coming out in Builder. And so I want to make sure that everybody knows about the newest release. We are currently in your Summit 2023 website that we did the training in, running the 3662. This is the most recent version of Builder that we've been able to get our hands on, and there are release notes online. If you haven't followed up on 3665, there's more features than that, but real quick, little things, but even somebody that was yesterday talking to me that does training for Builder in the intelligence community said, hey, the scenarios don't automatically tell me that it's progressing. So you click run, and then you have to browse away and browse back before you see updates. Now it auto refreshes on the screen. The error messages that you get in scenarios are now actually pointing you to what's the problem. We mentioned yesterday the scenarios are fragile. It's a lot of math. It's a lot of rules that have to be executed in a short amount of time. So having an error message that actually helps is great. There was a bug with the API about returning multiple facilities. That's been addressed. And just the scenario configuration tool with the look back years and inventory events and some of the things that are not necessarily often used, sample work items, are fully functional. So solid update. I think it's important. It's not necessarily something from the user perspective. They're going to see a lot of new buttons or new tabs available, but valuable. In the new features, there is in the release notes for single sign-on, especially for those that are not in the Fed space. There's a huge push for data systems to be protected by two-factor authentication and single sign-on. They don't want a username and password. They don't want a sticky that can be put on a monitor or underneath a keyboard anymore. And passwords have to be rotated. So if there's something like an Azure Auth, or in this case, OKTA that offers single sign-on, you have a centrally managed authentication server that you can integrate with. It's a much more data secure way of managing websites. And then for many people that they put in their real property unique ID in the alt facility ID and other things that are really important that just anybody doesn't decide to change. And they do data integration, linkage and other things, but it's right there in the interface that it can be updated. They've locked down certain fields to certain permissions to say, for safety's sake, we're not going to let you adjust these things. We're going to leave that for only the master planners. So it helps make sure that those systems and those data integrity elements don't get touched on accident. And that's the newest release. So next, I've heard that at the end of this month, there will be a 367. I haven't been able to look for or find any release notes, but I think that this is just a general theme that you're going to start to see less and less new enhancements coming out in Builder. You're going to see this product really it's matured, it's functional, it's working, use it as is, but I think the thrust of the effort is going into the next gen software. And really, this is a perfect time to introduce Matt Walters that's going to be sharing about what's coming next. I know this was a little fast, but really, this community has evolved and supported Builder, provided great QA feedback, suffered through some of the challenges of early releases, but now we have a product that is stable, that is really robust, and we should celebrate the fact that it's functioning and working as good as it is. I think the Searle team has managed to put together a product that, for a very small team, is amazing at what it's been able to accomplish. So, Matt, do you want to jump on in?
Fern's here.
What's that? Okay.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. For those that I have not yet met, as Kurt said, my name is Matt Walters. I serve as the chief of our Sustainment Management System Technical Center of Expertise. In true government fashion, we just crammed that down to an acronym, the SMS TCX. So it's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. I think it's been now 3 years since I stood at this podium at this event. And it's a little more intimidating speaking to all these real faces than the charcoal circles on MS Teams. But it's good to be with you. I've got a lot of updates here of just recent things that have been happening with the SMS TCX, builder development, ESMS development, as well as a pre-baked demonstration video. But I did make it in my hotel room last night on hotel Wi-Fi, so that'll give you some idea of how it's actually functioning. We'll jump in here in just a minute. Little expectation setting. I know there are a lot of questions, a lot of interest in ESMS, and it's just an hour. That's all I've got here this morning. But looking to have more follow-on events similar to this as a Searle-hosted summit later on this calendar year. So details still in the works to make that happen, but just kind of whet your appetite with this particular presentation, and then we'll get into more as we go. So jumping in, looking across the room, I see a lot of familiar faces, and I see a lot of new faces. So I thought we'd start with just a high-level overview of what the Technical Center of Expertise is, what we do, what we're involved in, and it's a little bit broader than Builder as just the application, and just kind of wanted to talk through a bit of that with you. So we're a part of the Army Corps of Engineers, the Engineering Research Development Center, and then the lab that we reside within is the Construction Engineering Research Laboratory. So again, really long names, USACE, ERDIC, Searle is the easy acronym to rattle around. We're really involved in all parts of the development of these tools, starting from the initial discover element you see right there in the middle of your screen. How do we come up with models for predicting asset degradation, component degradation, forecasting cost and the like? How do we start developing new algorithms to better predict that, the effects of climate and weather on those particular regions of the country or the world, and developing that baseline science that goes into our application in the next step. So taking all of that information and actually developing a product that can be used in the field like Builder, like ESMS. A lot of you here in the room are involved in this delivery step with us of actually taking that developed product, deploying it out into all the various federal agencies and beyond, actually making that a part of their business practices for facility asset management. And then the last part here in sustaining these tools, there's a lot of tail to doing this, especially within the federal space, of running through risk management framework, maintaining authorities to operate, maintaining the server stack that keeps this up and running, and then responding to incidents when things go wrong and there's a power outage because of an ice storm or whatever. There's numerous things that can take things down, and keeping that all up and running. The lineage of SMS goes back before I was born, going back to the 1970s, starting with Paver, followed by Roofer, Railer, and Builder in the 90s, kind of my era there. Builder adoption kind of getting started and some initial discussions on Shorefront in the 2000s. And the now well-known OSD memo came out in 2013, which really accelerated Builder adoption and was kind of a springboard for the development of the enterprise SMS application that we'll touch on here later this morning. That was kind of the springboard again for the fuels and utilities domains that are being built on ESMS. We continue to see widespread adoption, obviously across the DoD as a mandated tool, but increasingly across the federal space and beyond as well. And so where we're going, hopefully we'll get a chance to touch on that here at the end of this presentation with further ESMS maturation and further opportunities for optimization in the recommendations that we're making. So a little bit about our team. You see that functional teams section there. So within the SMS TCX, we have general oversight, general management capabilities, and contract management. We have the engineering portion of the team that's doing that ground level research and continuing to sharpen our tools. So Dr. Mike Grusing here with me this morning, kind of a godfather of all of this and developing all of these tools and all these capabilities. We have our development team, which is vastly increased since the last time I stood at this podium, that helps us deliver these tools in the form that they are. And Kurt touched on the stability over time. I think that the very first time we did this, it was essentially that my left far side of the table section, and that was everybody. That was the whole summit. And there were a lot of questions about, why is this broken? Why is that broken? When can we get this? When can we get that? And all I had was a shoulder shrug at the time, trying to get a lot of things in line. So it's really neat to see that stability come from the in-house development team to be able to review code, to produce code, and ensure we have a solid product going out to all of our partners. And then the most recent addition here within our team over the last couple of years is our operations group. And this had some informal capacities previously, and it's just been a little more formalized in the last couple of years, managing those authorities to operate, running through risk management framework, running our help desk and answering questions, maintaining content, release notes, all of that stuff that fits in that sustain group. That's essential to ensuring that we're delivering what we're supposed to deliver here. So hopefully that's a helpful, quick snapshot of all the things that we're involved in within the SMS TCX, and anything research related, I'm sure Dr. Grusing would be more than interested and happy to talk to you about that here today. So we jump in here to a little bit of SMS implementation. This is really focused on Builder implementation across the federal space. So already mentioned an OSD mandate, so a lot of DoD partners, but increasingly additional non-DoD federal partners as well. So overall, about 1.9 billion square feet of building space currently assessed within Builder. A total of about 2.1 planned. We're probably edging closer to that 2.1 since this slide was last developed. 212,000 plus facilities, 9+ million components, 20 million assessments, and 5 million images associated with those components and those assessments. So a growing data set, a very large data set already, and a lot of opportunities for learning from that data set when we think of all those images, all those assessments, and pairing that information together so we can continue refining how our tools are making recommendations, making projections for your assets over time. So a few team updates since the last time I stood up here. Over the last couple of years, starting in early 2020, there was more of a formalization of our SMS Technical Center of Expertise within the lab at Searle. And recently, the culmination of that was us being set up as an individual branch within the organization. So that's provided dedicated leadership within the team, dedicated support, so that we can continue to grow as a team and have the resources required to continue delivering the things that we're delivering to you all. In total, we're about 35 federal team members spanning those different categories there and different job descriptions. Engineering, computer scientists within our development team, IT management, and technicians, and that blend really is critical to making all of this come together. We certainly couldn't do it with a bunch of engineers that don't know how to code, and we couldn't do it with a bunch of coders that don't know what they're coding. And we couldn't have any of it if the IT management wouldn't let us on the network. So it really is a team effort bringing all this together, and certainly a lot to weave together. In addition to that, we have introduced more formal supervisory team leads for our development team. It's Paul Paisley-Mayhern. You may have heard his name mentioned before. And on our operations team, Arthur White, which I know a number of people have had interactions with Art, working through different challenges and access to things and release notes and the like. Next bullet here, progress and development of our support materials. Ongoing work here, continuing to try and keep our SMS website up to date. Continuing to build out our learning management system with training videos and how-to videos, in general overall content of what we're producing and making that accessible. And then the continuing growth of the SMS support site and FAQs and downloads and different resources you can use as a part of your SMS implementation. And I think a really big theme over the last couple of years is the more that we try to improve our operations, our development, all the different things that we're doing, the more we end up seeing how much more we need to grow and continue improving. So it feels a bit paradoxical in that you always seem to see more that needs to be done than what has been. But I think it is a valuable and good time to reflect on that growth, again, of stability in the Builder application, the growth of our team to be able to deliver on this mission, even if we have more that we want to do and continued growth yet ahead of us. So all that to say, if you've emailed me in the last 2 years with all these new things, it's probably gotten buried at different points, and a public apology. It's nothing personal, just working through all the backlog there. Touching on Builder development, since the last time I was here in February of 2020, shortly before the world fell apart, as Kurt outlined for us a little bit ago, we've had a number of Builder releases, 3.5.5 through our planned release of 3.6.7 coming up at the end of February, early March. And I think that's been a really good sign for us to be able to get into a more consistent battle rhythm of quarterly or 3 times annually releases of Builder, solidifying a lot of those bugs that have been nagging us for a long time and plaguing productivity. A number of things still working through and still finishing up in 3.6.7, but certainly made a lot of improvements, having been on the support side in those early days, working through those challenges and having to help everybody get unstuck when things weren't so solid. And then our full ATO was obtained in early 2021. Just more of a administrative note there on that. Kurt, I think, had the links for the release notes of 3.6 something, 3.6.5, maybe in 3.6.6. This is just the link to all of those release notes going back as far as we've cataloged those. So feel free to take a look at that link if you need to browse what features or what bugs were addressed in particular releases. All right, so transitioning out of just generic or general TCX updates, Builder updates, and jumping into the enterprise SMS update a bit here. So if you're not familiar, the Enterprise SMS application is our next-gen software application where we're looking to consolidate all of the legacy and historic SMS applications into a single consolidated application for performing our facility assessments, performance modeling, investment, and forecasting information across all real property domains. So rather than having an individual application for roofs and buildings and utilities and fuels, bringing that all together so that we can do that cross-domain analysis and that projection across all of those assets that typically are fending for the same budgets and pots of funding for actually addressing those items. A lot of benefits of that, obviously, being able to aggregate these key performance metrics across the entire real property portfolio health to see how different investments in one domain may affect another domain in a 10-year span, and seeing those interrelated relationships and how these different assets work as a system of systems on our installations and when within our facilities. Kind of touched on the stovepiped legacy systems, getting rid of that. A few tech specs for my tech people in the room. ESMS is developed as a modern web application, all on the latest libraries and technologies. Builder is showing its age. It's stable, but it's showing its age a bit. And ESMS is developed on all of the most modern platforms and technologies there. Deploying within the Azure Government Cloud, obviously has a lot of benefits. Developed on an ASP.NET application, SQL Server backend, and like I said, hosting in that Azure Government Cloud space in a cloud-native design so that we have all of the benefits of scaling, automated scaling, and resource management that we don't have when it's refined to a metal box server. So One last point here, and we'll probably touch on this at the end as well, is the entire design of the application is very API-centric. So everything you do through the application is going through an API that could also be used for third-party app development, third-party CMMS integration, and the like. So with Builder, it's maybe transparent to the community here, but those are two separate things. The application works one way, the API has a kind of a parallel track. And so the initial design for ESMS from the very beginning was to be very API-centric and integrated into the entire architecture of the application. As we look across this schedule here that you see on your screen, kind of broken out into web development, desktop development, continuous integration, continuous delivery, as well as our cloud plan there. The key thing to take away from this, it's probably too tiny to read even in the first row, let alone the back, is that our goal for this fiscal year is to achieve Builder feature parity, as well as our authority to operate within the Army GovCloud by the end of this fiscal year. So September 30th, October 1, if you want to give us an extra day there. But that's our goal over this next year, is to continue hardening the application, refining features, fixing bugs, and then achieving that ATO so that we're in a posture of beginning to start that migration process. So to head off the inevitable question that is probably floating around in the room, that is not the cutoff date in which Builder is turned off and we move to ESMS, but the date that we can start migrating that data, start doing test pilots of migration of data, and starting to get users comfortable within the application. All right, so a few more ESMS infrastructure highlights here that I wanted to bring to the table. It's a CArmy Azure instance for all of DoD, so that has been an often discussed challenge as well with tenant organizations on an installation that don't have access to the other Builder installation or instance. Trying to share data across the services has been a challenge. With the ESMS architecture, that is resolved in having a single DoD instance and setting up permissions in a way that you can access the data that you need and nothing more. Provides a lot of flexibility and some years-long challenges in that data sharing amongst the DoD services. Our solution for non-federal or non-DoD federal, rather, is still to be determined. Technologically, it could still reside within the same environment, likely in its own instance, but there's some ATO-related sign-off things that'll have to be ironed out yet here in the coming months. And private licensing game plan also to be determined as we're in discussions with our ERDIC and USACE tech transfer offices, certainly something of interest for us within the TCX to continue that heritage of private sector licensing. The focus has frankly just been on making sure the application is done and ready for use for federal and DoD customers. So that will be a follow-on. I figured that might be a question within the room and an item of interest. It's on our mind. It's on our horizon. It's just not the 50-meter target, as it were. And like I said in the last slide, our targeted ATO by the end of fiscal year 23. A very aggressive schedule. We've got a lot yet to do in refining the application and getting all those pieces together, but confident in our trajectory as of now to continue that targeted date. Take a quick sip for it real quick. Another topic area within ESMS infrastructure I wanted to highlight that is a new aspect for ESMS that we've not had with Builder is this concept of continuous integration and continuous delivery, or CI/CD model for delivering the ESMS application. This provides a lot of benefits to the user community as this incorporates integrated automated testing, security testing, code scans, code smells, all as a part of the build pipeline of the application. Manual testing and bug verification as a part of that pipeline. And then the code is released as soon as that that has been tested and is ready to go. So as soon as the code is ready, it's been tested and verified, it can immediately be deployed out to the production instance of ESMS. So rather than waiting 3 or 4 months for that quarterly release or that 3 times annual release, however it's kind of falling with the stack of bugs in the list, that can be deployed immediately. And it's been through code scans, it's been through automated testing, manual testing, and ready to go out. So another step of the quality control that's being built into the everyday pipeline as that gets shipped out with each and every bug fix. So theoretically, if we had a bug fix a day and somebody to verify it every day, there could be a new version of ESMS deployed on a daily basis. So likely won't be quite that fast, but theoretically with this infrastructure, we have that as an option, as opposed to stacking a bunch of things up and waiting for that to come out. So I know I've had many conversations over the years of when is this bug going to be ready to go and when can I use it? And that's usually got a big tail to it. And so this is a really nice improvement for getting those delivered and turned around in a quick manner, but also abiding by all those testing and security scans as a part of that. So this graphic on the right-hand side is again, probably too small to see, but gives you a general idea of all the different steps involved in that automated build pipeline that goes from the developer's code being checked in, verified by another developer, all the way through testing and deployment to the production instance. So a little insight into how it's made, I guess. A little insight there. So just a quick SMS process refresher before jumping into the next couple of slides to detail what that FY23 milestone is going to mean. So we have our inventory, we have our component or condition assessments, functionality assessments, performance metrics and forecasting and modeling, the work requirements, work management, work configuration step, and then that final step of consequence analysis, builder scenarios in that long-range work planning. So just a kind of quick refresher before we jump into the next slide where I'll be referencing these different blocks within the SMS process and what we're targeting to have for the end of FY23 here. So just before that, some core ESMS features at this builder parity milestone that I wanted to highlight here. There's a lot of core capabilities within the ESMS application that are shared independent of the domain. So it's one application used by many domains. It's not an individual application that has to be developed for each individual domain, whether it's buildings, rail, roof, pavement, on down the list. But it's a core application with minor adjustments or minor modifications if required for a particular domain to house certain data requirements, certain process requirements, and the like. So across the board, the ability of setting up organizations as well as multiple organizations within a single ESMS instance. So think nested organizations like DoD, the different services, support agencies and components all within that. Security management and teams feature we'll actually touch on in the demo. User management, the idea of custom user role creation and assignment. So defining this is the role that I need, the permissions I need this role to have, and then assigning that person to that role where it makes sense, where it's appropriate, as opposed to the builder paradigm of you have 5 roles, they are hard-coded on what you can do, take it or leave it, either upgrade or downgrade with your comfort level. So this provides a lot of flexibility, a lot of capability there in organizations' custom definition of roles and what they need their teams to do. The concept of teams is new within ESMS, so the ability to construct a team of individual users and then assign those permissions in bulk. So if you have an assessment team going out to an installation or working for a particular organization for a set period of time, you can set those set and manage those roles and those permissions in bulk. And so as that team rolls off, it's much easier to clean that up rather than finding each individual user, turning off those permissions and hunting through that. There's additional features with that related to a feature we call workflow within ESMS that actually allows assessment teams to create customized workflows for passing assessment packages along the way from initial site assessment prep all the way through work package development and execution. The idea of user preferences, not new to ESMS. That was something in Builder, but enhancements and capabilities there that allows a user to see what their permissions are across the instance of ESMS they're logged into. So presently in Builder, you log in, you have your permissions. There's no way to find out what permissions you have or where you have them unless you reach out to the SMS support desk. You just kind of click around and see what you can or can't do. Within ESMS, actually being able to see your assigned role XYZ at site ABC and read only at this other one, and full master planner at this other site. So you can see very clearly where my permissions lie, what I'm allowed to do within the application. Catalog management, a lot of advanced capabilities within ESMS for managing the catalog, so think your uniformat catalog directly within the application, the ability for creating custom attributes on those particular catalog entries, just a lot more customization that can be done to capture data points of interest at an organizational level. So all of these are permissions dependent. This isn't all wide open, obviously, to every user, but just outlining the capabilities that can be done through the application as opposed to back-end database manipulation with our DBAs. The idea of notifications is new to ESMS, so the ability to, with that workflow engine I talked about, passing a task within the application from one user to another, being able to check your notifications of things that have come in, very similar to social media sort of notifications. If that's a good connotation or bad, I'm not sure. But the ability to see what has changed since I last logged in, what's ready for me since I last logged in to review, what do I need to approve, and things of that nature. And similar to that, the ability of running background tasks and the ability to check on the progress of those. So Kurt mentioned kicking off scenarios in Builder and that bug fix being updated within Builder. This feature in ESMS adds that to essentially your user dashboard at the top of the screen, so you can check on the progress of any long-running processes you may have, a comprehensive roll-up or a long-range work plan that you may be running without just sitting there watching the dial spin. You can go do other things while it's running in the background. On the reporting front, a key cornerstone of reporting within ESMS is Microsoft's Power BI and integrating that into the web application directly. You'll see a couple of examples of that in the demonstration video, but really trying to elevate the custom reporting capability and the dashboarding capability within the application and leveraging the really powerful capability and tools of Microsoft Power BI in delivering that. Excuse me. The next item here of GIS map view. So just as it sounds, being able to visualize your inventory and navigate through your inventory in a map-based view. New helpful addition to ESMS over Builder. I think way back versions of Builder actually had this, and code libraries and all the rest were difficult to keep up with. In Builder, been brought back within ESMS. And with the addition of a lot of linear assets within ESMS, this is really a key and vital feature to be able to navigate utility networks or pavement networks, rail networks with a GIS map view. Getting through a lot of these here, but a lot of detail, a lot of capabilities within the app here. The next one up of documents. So within Builder, you can update or upload rather photos and PDFs and attachments to various levels of the hierarchy and tree. And this is very similar within ESMS, but with an expanded document management capability that you'll also see in the demo video. But the ability to create bulk uploads of attachments or images, creating associations with those to a site level, a facility level, component level, down to an assessment level. The new addition of tags and being able to create tags on certain sort of images whether it's an inspection or a crack type defect, whatever it may be, to open the door for image data harvesting and continuing to build out those capabilities as well. The import feature, this is a growing area within the ESMS application right now, but the ability to import from multiple original source data sources. So utilities as a good example for that first one in GIS. Utilities data is often stored as the authoritative data source in an ArcGIS format and managed for much broader purposes than just SMS data usage. And so we saw that as a great opportunity to be able to import GIS data as the source data for SMS rather than having to collect that all anew. So there's an import as well as an update feature of keeping that data imported and up to date with a source GIS database. Moving into the next one, maybe a topic of interest here for the room is Builder. So we've actually developed an API-based Builder import from a Builder website into ESMS. So rather than manual data manipulation to try and make that work, everything's routing through the Builder API and then through the ESMS API to ensure those business rules are adhered to and minimize any data integrity issues as we make that migration. There's additional here for Railer, Paver E70 files, and more. The and more is really alluding to an import framework. If anybody, I'm sure there's a number of people that remember the eQuip mapper access file for migrating data. This is the modern, actual coded by a developer version of that. Not what I came up with in Access years ago. So it essentially allows you to create a map of your existing data and where that needs to go into ESMS, and then importing that through the web application. So a lot of capability there as well for new entities coming on board, wanting to convert their data to SMS data, or potentially future domains in the future that may be managed in a spreadsheet, and we want to bring that into ESMS. Exports, very similar engine to the import there, and capabilities for sharing data with other approved systems and other arrangements that an organization may want to share their SMS data with another system within the enclave. And then the last item here I think will be of interest to a lot as well is the API development portal. So expanding on the capability and documentation of the API for ESMS that would be built directly within the application. So with special permission, you can actually go into the API development portal and see class definitions, example code, and example implementation of how to actually use the ESMS APIs rather than the rather simple PDF document that we have now for communicating the capabilities of the API. So all of that kind of sets the foundation of all these core capabilities across all of the different domains, whether it's buildings, rail, pavement, waterfronts, water control structures, and fuels. All across the board, these capabilities serve all of those domains. So as we move into this next slide, again, I should have swapped my refresher on the process here, but you see the inventory assessments, predictive capability, work planning, work management, and forecasting here listed out. And then we have the domains within SMS listed on the left-hand side. So at our builder parity milestone, trying to communicate what exactly is going to be ready and available at that builder parity milestone. So for all of these domains across the board, anticipate having the ability to capture inventory, capture general SMS assessments, and then things start to change a little bit for some of these categories and some of these domains. And much of this really hinges on the specifics of those domains, as well as the engineering data that is or is not available at this present time. So the eventual goal and the vision for the future with ESMS is to have a checkbox in every one of these in some fashion or another. but just want to make clear what exactly the capabilities will be for builder parity milestone for ESMS. There have been a lot of questions in the past year, year and a half, 2 years, asking if it's just going to be buildings and then we have to build everything else for every other domain, or what exactly that means. So this is intended to communicate within that process what features will be available and ready to use by domain, by process step. One thing to note, with placeholder data, theoretically any of these could be used for all of the domains, but for the agreed upon and trusted engineering data that drives these last 3 categories, that's where that's going to take some time in developing those where that hasn't yet been developed. All right, so this brings me to a demo video. There's no sound, so I'll just try to narrate things we're looking at as we go here. Like I said, this was recorded last night from one of our staging instances of the application, and I was running on some really slow hotel Wi-Fi, so bear with me on some of the load times here. But let's see if we'll get this going for a few-minute demo here. So I guess to start out, this is the landing page of logging into the ESMS application. Each one of these tiles is a feature within the application, an area of the application. You can also get to the same list of these here on the left-hand side of the screen. This particular thing are the background running tasks I mentioned that you could check in on to see what may be running in the background, notifications that may be new since I last logged in, and tasks I may need to look at. Pause this here for just a second. So this is looking at the user profile and a few different things here I wanted to touch on before pressing play again. The user has the ability to set a default workspace. So if you have a certain number of domains or a particular site that you want to go to every time you log in, you can set a default workspace so you don't have to hunt for that every time you log in. The ability to set up application sync settings with the desktop and tablet application to determine which site, which groups, which components you want to actually sync with rather than selecting all or having to hunt for that. You can actually download the ESMS desktop and tablet application directly here from the ESMS web application and then select from a list of versions of that you want to work with. It is a self-contained executable, so it doesn't require any admin privileges to install. It just runs in its own little shell, and even some very locked down DoD systems are able to run it without any issue there. The concept of user preferences there, we kind of touched on that a little bit ago. Announcements for listing any of the recent features, updates, and updates to share on that front. And then this last one is a pretty neat feature as well, setting the current page to home page. So if you have a particular part of the application that you always work in every time you log in, I have to find that feature and navigate my way there, or I have a certain report I want to load up and look at every time I log in. Currently, you would have to just navigate through that every time you log in. This feature actually allows you to, whatever page that you're presently on, select that button, and now every time you log in, that's the default page you log into. So just a nice little shortcut of getting directly to the data, getting directly to the process that you're interested in working with. Just a few creature comforts there for the application. I think the next piece here to the right of that will be the help content, still being built out by our recently hired technical writer and helping us to continue to flesh that out. But you see a number of topics there listed out already. So at this point, I'm going to kind of click through a few of the different tiles here. So this is an example of some dummy data facilities here, loading up some 50,000 facilities in this list for this particular test. Some high-level metrics on the data there, and be able to walk through those different elements. This is the map view I was describing of being able to navigate an inventory from a map view. I don't have any great example data loaded in this instance at the moment, so it's a bit of user imagination for this particular screen. The report section here, an example implementation of that integrated and embedded Power BI report here directly within the application. Loads up one that I have set for a default here, and then I think we're going to look at another one as a real property slice of some data here before we jump back out. A lot of capability, a lot of customization available here. And what maybe one thing to note while we're paused on the screen here is you saw the list of, get right back, this list of organizations and list of reports here. So these are just some example reports that we have developed, but there's no logical limit to how many different types of reports that could be loaded here and organized by different organizations. So in this example, if Marine Corps Reserves had a particular set of reports and dashboards that they wanted to run, they could have a list of those with different vantage points, maybe an installation level, a headquarters level, anywhere in between, and a report designed for that. And these can be nested and built out. So the examples you see are not the way it has to be or the way it necessarily is going to be, as there's a lot of customization capabilities as we jump into ESMS implementation in the years to come. All right, moving into the next section here. So this is a shot into the document management capability. You see off on the right-hand side there a list of associations that can be made, tags that can be created for a particular image or groups of images and documents, the ability to preview those images and documents here directly within the application, obviously the ability to download it, delete it if you have those that permission set, all here within the application. And managing those in a bulk setting rather than having to drill down to an individual component and making that tie every single time, having that bulk uploadability. This snapshot here is looking at the inventory catalog management and the various capabilities within that. This is a pretty basic example, but see illustrated anyway the capability of adding components within the application here, not requiring additional special DBA level access to do that. Obviously elevated privileges within the application, but a user interface for doing that, managing that, and ensuring and enforcing that data integrity as we go along. The concept here of organizations, not necessarily new to ESMS, but the ability of nested organizations beyond an agency level or service level is certainly a new capability so that we can have a lot of, an entire department within a single instance nested together there, and then permissions divvied out as appropriate. I think the next section we're going to touch in and look at will be the security capabilities and the roles and definitions creation there. So as I find my user account here within the application, you can see a number of different attributes there, and I guess I put my phone number here on the live stream. That was probably a bad idea. Default domains I want to work with, any organizational memberships, and then this is an admin level tool, so I guess somebody could delete me if they wanted to there as an admin. The next piece here is, let's try and pause this real quick. What you're looking at here are those user workspaces that I'm assigned to. So you can see there's different level of permission assignment there at organization level, site level, and even a new concept of a group level that's similar to complexes within Builder, but allows you to create cross-site, cross-organization groups of facilities or components. So if you have assets at various locations, you want to create a group for that to manage that together, you can create that group, manage those assets by that group, and then also assign permissions by that group as well. So you can see in this example, we have a Cherry Point dummy database here with a role assigned to me as an assessor at that particular site. So yeah, we'll get yeah, we'll leave it there for just a minute. So yeah, clicking through the different levels here, and you can see administration and all permissions at different levels. As we switch over to the Roles tab here, this is showing this long list, so clearly more than 5 that we have in Builder, and all of that coming together with different permissions and even the ability to nest those. So as I select this test role here in a moment, you'll see opportunity to provide that a name, and then categorically what permissions can be assigned across the application for this particular role. These are set up as a read, create, update, delete, and those are cumulative permissions. So if you have delete, you have everything below that, so that we can manage those access rights as well. So one feature capability when it comes to read-only access, Builder currently is a all or nothing. You're either read-only access or you're not. With this, we can actually set you up as read-only access for a particular site or organization, and then full-blown do whatever you need to do access in an adjacent site. So a lot more flexibility in that as well. So if you need to allow a colleague to look at your data, help review something, but you don't want them to edit or delete anything, that's a little bit riskier right now in Builder. Within ESMS, that's guarded. They can just read it. They can give you feedback and preserve that data integrity. All right, a few more things here in the demo to run through. Skip ahead. So this next concept is what I mentioned earlier with the idea of teams and being able to create an assessment team or a quality control team, quality assurance team, a baseball team, if you really wanted to. The ability to create, name a team, provide a join link that you can send out to various users to join that particular team, and then manage their permissions as a collective rather than all the individuals individually. So some use cases for that, if you're rolling out an assessment team to a site or an organization for a limited period of time, you can create the permissions of all those assessors that they need, assign those in bulk, and then when that contract effort runs down or comes to completion, you can remove that in one fell swoop rather than searching through 50 plus, 100 plus individuals that you have to try and deselect those permissions. In addition to that, if they have multiple permissions, I'm getting behind on my demo here. If they have multiple permissions that they need to preserve for ongoing work for a different entity, you can spin up that team access for your special activity and roll it back without affecting their other access that may be needed as well. So that keeps the permissions tight and keeping things from lingering access to things that users may not need continued access to. So just another effort for that data integrity, and so limit those opportunities for this data changed. I don't know who changed it. Why did it change? It just limits that potential search group, of who we need to talk to and look at in the audit records. So as this continues out, this is the new version of what we're calling work analysis. So it's the new rebranded version of scenarios within Builder, the ability to create those long-range work plans, long-range forecast of work recommendations. So this is a bit of a new paradigm for defining standards and policies, but we believe it is going to provide a lot more flexibility in tailoring those and having a more intuitive way of assigning how those standards and policies get applied to your inventory than we currently have in Builder. So a lot of the policies that we are currently seeing within the Builder application are relatively simple. They usually use a pretty high-level attribute such as the building system, and then maybe a combination of MDI or something like that. And so there's not a whole lot of attributes going into play there, and a lot of that is because if you do a lower level attribute or multiple attributes, the permutations get really wild really fast and really computationally intensive with the way Builder's trying to calculate that. So this will provide a lot more open door opportunities for tailoring those and expanding those so that we can target that work identification more specifically for your organization's needs. So this is just kind of an overview of the different work activities and different standard levels we've determined in this example policy. And this is, you're seeing standards and policies in a combined nature in this particular screen. Working through a bunch of visual things over the next number of months, kind of tidying these things up and getting everything into kind of uniform spec here. I think I unpaused this, but yeah, so clicking through here, prioritization schemes, similar, visual cleanup that will be taking place over the course of the year here. But this is the replacement of prioritization schemes within the Builder application. And then this next step is what we're calling the work profile. So this is essentially the equivalent of your scenario definition within Builder. I want to pause this just for a second. And so this is where we can set up that long-range work plan, that long-range forecast, determining your start year of analysis, the end year, how long you want this to run, all of your reference settings like your cost book, the policy and prioritization you want to use, the domains, which is obviously a new thing within ESMS, the ability to look across multiple domains for a particular long-range forecast. So rather than just having to focus on one domain such as buildings, expand that to utilities, buildings and utilities as one example. So if I look at 10 years into the future, if my prioritization is putting a lot of emphasis on my buildings, if I get to the end of that 10-year run and I have gold-plated facilities, but nobody can turn on a faucet or flush a toilet, I've kind of missed the boat here on seeing this as a system of systems. So the intent here, obviously, that we talked about very early, is the ability to see how those different parts and pieces interact with one another, and give us greater visibility on those investment priorities and see where we may have an oversight in how those connect on a longer horizon than the here and now. In addition to that, the scope capability here, that's really just setting, this is similar to Builder, just at a higher level. Is this an organizational level, across the Army, across the DoD, narrowed down to a particular site or installation? That's really all that's getting at. And then these next few tabs here, after we hit generate work, goes into the actual list of work items, a queue of setting these up. So if you have multiple, you want to fire off, creating that queue of long-range work plans to run, and then a special implementation of Power BI embedded here in the reports tab that is geared specifically towards these long-range work plans. All right, I think a couple more things maybe. Forgot I paused in making the demo to allow myself to talk, but usually run through that anyway. So, okay, I think that brings us to the end of the demo video here. And so lastly, wanted to chat a little bit about where we're going. So a lot of the presentation up to this point is where have we been, what have we been doing the last 3 years in COVID land and quarantine, and now kind of looking at where we're going in the next year as well as beyond. So if I've said it once, I've said it 100 times already, Builder feature parity within ESMS and our full ATO targeted for the end of this FY23. Looking beyond that and getting past the initial Builder feature parity capability, continuing that full engineering data set and data model build out for the newest SMS domains, essentially starting to create more checkboxes in those different buckets for the SMS process and the SMS domains. Increasing engagement at the OSD level with the facility sustainment model, incorporating SMS into that process and helping to inform that on a very individual specific building basis rather than some high-level modeled costs. Further facility investment optimization. So we talk about our Wave 3 release of ESMS and the 2025 and beyond. How do we take an objective function, maximize the organizational CI while minimizing the dollar input and maintaining these particular standards? What's the best way to spend our money in that way? So taking Builder a much more linear year-to-year process and turning that into a nonlinear year-over-year optimization to see the best combination of financial expenditures to reach those goals while minimizing the financial input. We have a number of opportunities coming up that have been burgeoning recently with collaboration with our Searle Energy branch and other DoD and federal partners on ESMS and integrating facility-related control systems and how we can better manage that data within ESMS as it's looking for a home to capture all of that and manage those particular assets as well. There's also kind of related to that multi-service and DoD participation in looking at how do we use this SMS data and builder data specifically to identify best candidates for equipment replacement for energy efficiency, climate action goals, and the like, and finding the best candidate buildings to spend our time and money going into rather than just blindly go to all facilities, look at all things. We have a list of what's in those. We can look at what are the best candidates, old equipment that needs to be replaced anyway, and start our efforts there in a more efficient manner. And then lastly here, another great topic of interest is multi-service collaboration ongoing with computerized maintenance management system, CMMS integration with ESMS. So a lot of the infrastructure is there, as I mentioned earlier, with the APIs and how ESMS is architected, but still a lot of the business rule ironing out on how that data exchange is going to take place for each service, each agency interested in doing that. And that's really in the interest of keeping SMS data up to date so that we know if you're out replacing equipment, you're tracking it in a CMMS. We want to know about that so we can update our data attributes and models so that we're giving you accurate projections. So a little graphic there of some of those categories. I haven't had anybody waving at me, so I think we're on time. And maybe the most terrifying slide of all, open it up for any questions. Yeah, Joe. Oh, we do have a microphone coming around, so go ahead, Joe.
So I'll just limit it to.
Please speak into the mic because the people on the virtual side like to hear.
All right. So Matt, I'll limit it to 2 questions.
Okay.
So before your demo, you had a slide up there that you had some asterisks on the slide. Yeah, you had 2 next to assessments and 1 next, one on the checks. What does that signify? Anything?
It does. I left that slide out, and I don't remember what those are off the top of my head. So you caught me. You caught me, Joe.
Sorry, Matt. I did not mean to put you on the spot. I was just.
No, that's a fair question.
And I'm trying to pick out of my list here which one I want to limit myself to on follow-up. On two of the probably biggest challenges we have navigating within current builder is timeout, navigation, and report processing on like especially at the org level. Do you anticipate the architecture of the ESMS being such that this does go away for sure, or are we going to see that continuing? Timeout, so it's a 2-part answer, right? The whole timeout navigation piece, and then reporting at the large top org levels.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So a couple of things on that. So the timeout settings, I think with most all of the instances you would be working with, Joe, are mandated by STIG requirements with DISA. This is the timeout setting, and that's what we end up working with. There's a challenge a lot of times with those reports that start running, and they're running in the background. The application doesn't know you're still engaged, and so it times out, and they're causing some of those issues there. So the timeout issue, not so worried about. The speed issue, I think as we get into early FY24, we're going to have opportunities to break it, essentially. As we start getting pilot data in, seeing where those weak spots are as it's actually being used. The benefit of ESMS are ESMS and our current structure as a team are kind of twofold. One, with that cloud infrastructure, the ability to scale up resources, maybe not the first or the best way to do it necessarily, but the ability to scale up resources and the cost efficiency of doing that is way, way beyond anything we have now for better performance. And in addition to that, an onboard DBA, database administrator, looking into these performance issues and working with it over the next year and beyond to continue refining that. So a lot of the challenges we see with Builder, it's an old architecture built on aging code, aging libraries, and the like. And so making some of those improvements and changes just has a long tail to work through, whereas the architecture for ESMS, much more conducive to making those improvements. So I don't want to misrepresent it and say, yeah, October 1, it's going to be screaming fast, no issues, nobody's going to complain. But I think our ability to adjust as we see those issues will be much, much improved.
Well, Army Income would like the first opportunity to break it.
Well, I appreciate that.
Okay, and then a related
2.5 questions.
A related question is the bread, the equivalent to bread remote entry into Builder. What is that? I know it's a different feature now. Can you articulate about that a little bit?
Yeah, so the remote, I should have opened that as part of that demo video, but the desktop tablet application is the replacement for bread within ESMS. So the ability to download it, as you saw, directly within the application, select the version and the domain modules you want to load as a part of that, and then it's all self-contained as, it's hard to describe, but it's a self-contained installer that you don't require admin privileges to run and execute because it doesn't reach out to any other system files. It has everything it needs right there. The syncing technology is API-based, so Access, bread files obviously are out of date already and going to be further deprecated. So it's actually having you log in to the desktop. It syncs while you have a network connection. Then you can take it out in the field, do your work, come back, sync, and push it back up. So it's a SQLite, I think, database, but maybe that's more detail than you care.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah.
Someone, can you hear? Is it coming through? Okay. First simple question is, will the slides be available after the summit to look at later?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the demo, they're already up.
All right, there you go.
Yep.
Sorry about your phone number being on there.
Yep.
The next question is, maybe I just didn't. Sorry. Maybe I just
Sorry, go
didn't
ahead.
hear it, or I've heard and understood that ESMS is going to be adopted, but is the goal for Builder to be sunset and ESMS to completely replace it, or ESMS is going to be resting on top of a Builder instance managed by the different services?
Yeah, no, great question. So the goal, the vision for this is for Builder to be sunset,
Yeah.
and in ESMS be the replacement. So a couple of things with that. There's the aging code infrastructure we were talking about, keeping it up to all the latest security requirements and things that are evolving daily. Gets more and more challenging as that gets older and older and older. And essentially the idea, the vision is there will be so much more here in ESMS that nobody's going to want to stay in Builder anyway. We haven't set a date for that. It's probably the next follow-on question because we want to ensure that this is ready to go and that the agencies and services are comfortable moving into that before kicking everybody out. So
Right.
recognize this has been talked about for a number of years now, and just want to ensure everybody's confident in what they're moving to before we move them out.
Just quick follow-up question. Maybe not quick for you, but quick to ask. Will integrations, I don't know if this is right, the connections between, for example, Builder and Maximo for different services be maintained so that that can still happen? Because services, rely on that to have one communicate to the other and back and forth.
Yeah, so the general business process should be preserved, but the specific code to make those connections would be different.
Via the API?
Yeah, via the
Okay.
new ESMS API.
Okay.
And it is a different technology shift in the API as well. Builder is using what is referred to as a SOAP-based API, and ESMS is a REST-based API, which is the modern approach.
So it'll just be updating one from the other via the rules that were established before, and via the connection between the two, and then just the organization internally updating that for itself.
Yeah, so in the interest of not trying to oversimplify it, yes, it would depend on the technical implementation, for each one of how reusable that code is versus, if it was done in a certain way that it's just, you have to look at some general themes and then replicate it versus, changing out references. There will be a spectrum there of ease and difficulty.
Thank you.
Matt, for the Intel community, we're limited on our ability by security protocols from using certain API connections between programs. So for our use, have you looked at that issue, and do you have a recommendation on what we can expect to see in terms of trying to use ESMS as a replacement for Builder?
Yeah, in detail, no. We haven't looked at that in any particular detail. I don't know that there's a lot of external API calls required by the application unless you're setting it up to do that. Other than that, it's all internal. All the API calls are internal to the application itself. So yeah, that'd probably have to be a follow-on discussion and prep. The way that, just one more quick comment on deploying in that environment. The way all of those development pipelines have been structured is intended to be a package. It's different than an EXE installer, but a package that could be put into a secure environment, secure Azure environment and run there.
Yeah, so as we're preparing for the sunsetting of Builder, we obviously need to work to make sure that we can come up with a solution that's going to be allowed by our security folks. Thanks.
Yep.
Colin Darby, Army Futures Command. Colin Darby, Army Futures Command. Question based on the Maximo question just a moment ago. Builder has historically not talked well to GFEBs. What is the plan for this to do so?
Yeah, great question. For those maybe on this side that didn't catch that, Builder historically not communicated with GFIBs as a CMMS stand-in for the Army. What's the plan for the future? So certainly integration is on the table and a key, not desire, a key effort that's underway right now, studying what needs to be done to make those connections and finding the best route to do that. So there's some talk with GFIBs today, and also looking at the EBS conversion work and how that all fits together. But yeah, active conversations ongoing with Army on that now.
And my second question, this is strictly an Army but not IMCOM question. The ability to set up groups that are not associated with, or associated across sites and complexes is a really interesting feature for the ACOMs that are not normally associated with Builder, and gives us a tremendous amount of ability to look into it, which frankly right now we don't have, like FORCECOM and AFC don't have a lot of Builder visibility. How far along is that in implementation?
Are you saying the group setup and security? Yeah, so that's pretty far along in implementation. So essentially it's going to key off of the real property data, that gets imported from the services and agencies. And then the custom group creation would be through looking at sustaining org versus the owning org versus the tenant org, and being able to partition permissions based on all of that. So, yeah, we're really looking forward to that. That's been a often talked about lacking feature, frankly, in Builder, in being able to see data for tenant organizations, joint basing, another one that gets real hard to see the big picture, with these in different instances of Builder. So definitely looking forward to being able to do that and then partition permissions in a way that everybody that needs to be able to see it can see it.
Excellent. Expect a follow-on email. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Hey, so you kind of hit part of what I had with as far as the site level. So with the groupings, we can do it by facility. So is this going to be like a manual select each facility, or will we be able to select like facility type, i.e. admin, RDT, and E, to get like a quick snap picture of the facility type across the installation?
Yeah, I think the current implementation is searching through the list that you want to add to a particular group. But there could certainly be opportunities of, filtering those and slicing and dicing that to do bulk adds. I don't know, Mike, you had anything to add to that, or if that's good enough for this morning?
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, there's the ability. You think of like Builder right now, and it's sort of the drop or the tree. We need a mic. All right, so yeah, so you think of Builder right now as the tree you expand out and you see the list of buildings, and the way that ESMS is really organized, it's more of a filtering capability. So you'd have the ability to go in and filter out if you had a sort of a keyword search by facility name or building number, or those category codes, fact codes, that sort of thing. You could sort of filter that list that way, in addition to filtering it based on the the organization. So whether it's the the organization that particular building is part of based on kind of the real property, or being able to do that through those tenant organizations and that sort of thing. Because there's a lot of capabilities for really kind of filtering. And what we're kind of looking at is it's that list that you'll see, whether you're looking at facilities or components or groups or whatever, is that list can be really, really big, but then you've got the ability to go in there and kind of customize the filters to narrow that down to, to specifically kind of focus on what you want to look at. So, yeah.
Looks like we've got one in the back middle here.
So you mentioned the FSM, which I believe is pulled from DAIS. Is ESMS taking the place of DAIS?
Of DAIS, no. The FSM portion is really looking at trying to develop a more facility-tailored sustainment amount for each of those facilities. So at present, you're looking at a facility analysis category, unit cost for that. I think it's the facility unit cost, and then there's different attributes of that, and it's a pretty broad, high-level look at a particular facility type, not going into the specific size, configuration of a particular facility, the age of it. It's just a smooth, constant throughout the lifespan of the facility. So incorporating the SMS data is looking at how do we tailor that specific to that facility on an annualized basis to say, this particular facility is brand new, has this equipment. It probably doesn't need as much right now compared to this is an older facility with this component configuration and requirements. This is what it really needs. So trying to target that more specifically rather than having just a very high level, broad modeled cost. Joe found his other half question.
I had them. I just was just critically waiting my time. So I don't want to filibuster. So this is this the only session that the government will be presenting today?
That's correct, yep.
So I have a question in that regard, if I may. When will the next government-led summit take place? Is it scheduled
It is not scheduled, but looking at summer of '23.
this summer?
Yep, this summer.
The access to Builder, currently we can access Builder just with a username and password. We don't have to have Nipper access. Is that going to remain the same?
That's still a work in progress on what those requirements are going to be based on the ITIA requirements. Currently, what we're looking at, what you saw here was CAC access. But obviously, we have other two-factor authentication we're trying to incorporate. So there's to be determined exactly what we're allowed to do on that here in the coming months.
The flip side is it still will be CAC. You can still, can you
Yes.
still, okay.
Yep.
And then I had a concern about the quickness of bug fixes to production. How do we avoid becoming the beta test?
How to avoid becoming the...
How does the user, us, the community, avoid being the beta test? I mean, is there still going to be a beta test? You used to have some org that you did, like some type of beta testing before you released updates.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that still happening?
Yes, that's all part of that
What was in that?
automated build pipeline. So essentially, as a developer gets completed with their code, they put in what's called a pull request, and then other developers are reviewing it from a pure coding standpoint. You know, are we following best practice? Does it make sense? Are there errors? Things like that. Less so on does it do what it's supposed to do. And so that gets approved and then queued up for the QA portion of that pipeline. And then that requires somebody on our team to go in and actually test in that staging environment, that beta environment, confirm, yes, this is working, or no, this needs to go back for further development. And it doesn't make it into that production until somebody's checking off saying, yes, this is good to go.
And lastly, right now we can do data model sharing with Power BI out in the Power BI arena. Is there going to be that type of capability within Build, or will it still have to take place external to ESMS?
Are you describing like custom development of
Well, like
Power
if you-
BI or just
say
using?
Buddy develops some data model that we'd like to utilize, or some other Power BI expert. Do we need to do that outside in the Power BI world, or will it be done in ESMS?
Yeah, so the current architecture and infrastructure for Power BI limits people on our network to be able to actually author those reports or publish them, maybe is a better way of putting that. However, if Buddy, as an example, is building something that is interest to Army or whoever, that would be something as a candidate to be added to that list of reports to be selected from. And then further outside integration of developing reports may be some options, but there's some limitations on what Microsoft provides. That's kind of the limiting factor there. All right, any other questions? Scott in the back.
Yeah, but I think you overuse the microphone. Okay, I'm gonna yell. Hey, 2 capability questions, AHP, the functionality, will the functionality module have true analytical hierarchy processes in it where we can build our own functionality?
Yeah, so the functionality portion of ESMS and, well, let me take a step back. So the assessment structure within ESMS is based loosely on the functionality assessment structure within Builder. So in the last, 5 to 7 years, that was redone so that you can create custom functionality assessments, custom questions and scoring schemes and weighting and all of that. So that was taken forward into ESMS as a rough type model, to be used in ESMS. And now all assessments actually go through that particular model. So whether it's a direct condition rating, distress survey, functionality, it all uses the same assessment database schema and model. so that we can continue creating custom functionality assessments, even the opportunity for custom condition-related assessments. So I think tomorrow there's an example of drone-assisted assessments. If there's some type of data feed that comes from that we can correlate to condition, theoretically the infrastructure is there to create that sort of thing. So a longer answer to the question, but the short version, yes, continued access to be able to create custom functionality assessments and setting weights and scoring and all that customization that we have in Builder.
Okay, thank you. Number 2 is work item history. We track our work items over a year. Will that be able to transfer forward from a previous year to the current year?
Yeah, I think that's something we're going to continue to have to refine here over the next year and confirming those types of capabilities. But maybe the best example we've seen in that area of the application is the DLA Fuels community in tracking work over multiple years and having to manage that sort of stuff. So some of the connections of tying that back to current estimated condition and the rules for what gets generated and what doesn't, there's probably still some wiring up to do on that particular front, but definitely something that's being kept in mind as that's being designed out.
Thank you.
Yep.
Matt, I actually have one for somebody that's online with us, and I don't know if you've covered this or not, but is this something that is available for DoD intranet, NEC approved?
Can you say that last part again?
Yeah, I said NEC approved. It might have been a miskey. Is it for?
Okay. Yeah, so presently that site, I believe, is just internal to the NIPR network. The production version, production instance, will have direct internet access outside of the DoDIN, and that's part of the whole Sea Army cloud infrastructure diagrams that we're moving forward with. So presently, all of this is behind the firewall, but the production version would be available as Builder is today. Yep.
This is about APIs. Would we be able to have the ability to create custom APIs?
Custom APIs, for ESMS, probably not, but developing against our APIs, with the proper permissions and the like, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so for data pulls and integration with other systems, that would be the intent for that. All right. Any final questions? All right. Well, thank you all. Appreciate it.
I'm glad I kept my presentation short. So this is a bio break. Everybody take a stretch. We're going to come back in 15 minutes and start our first panel. Thank you again for Matt for coming out and being on the hot seat and answering all the questions.
We're gonna get going. All right. All right. All right. Well, welcome back. My name's Robin St. Charles. I'm with Stantec. This panel is made up of Stantec WSP people. We're in a JV working on Marine Corps builder support, and we have some case studies and reinspection that we'd like to share with you on, the challenges that reinspections create, and in the face of them, how do you maintain data integrity? We hope you find it beneficial. And it's a little intimidating being up here after such great speakers as Matt and Kurt, so bear with me. Also, the setup's a little different than we'd planned, so please bear with us. Appreciate it. So with me on the panel today, I've got Doug Barnard. And here's Doug. Doug has 40 years of facility management and engineering experience. He's managed facility condition assessments projects throughout his career, including builder projects worldwide for the Marine Corps, and CONUS projects for Air Force Reserve Command and Army National Guard. Whitney Phillips, sitting over here. Whitney's been working on builder projects as QC and data management since 2016. And with experience on Marine Corps, Army, and Army National Guard projects. Dave Smith, in the far end down there. David's been implementing data-centric facility asset management programs for DoD and commercial clients for over 25 years. And he is intimately familiar with roofer, paver, and all aspects of builder, including multi-year financial planning. So there's a lot of talent up here. I personally have been working, with and on the builder project since about 2002, 2003. I think, Mike, that's about the first trip I was at Searle, right? Yeah. So that goes back to when the Navy was investing a lot in builder, moved it from client-server technology to web-based, incorporated ASTM uniformat for the classification system, all that kind of good stuff. And so, up here, a lot of people, a lot of years with Builder, and we hope you enjoy the session here. All right. The next one? Okay. Yep. Got things going all crazy here. All right. So a little bit of background on the JV. The JV, Stantec and WSP, under different names, has been supporting the USMC Builder program for about 10 years. The Marine Corps has been in program sustainment mode for a while now. They had initial assessments, and they've had 2 rounds of data refreshes. And I think, in general, most of the users are moving now from those initial assessments into a sustainment kind of mode. And one of the things that Kurt asked, are re-inspections less effort? Are they cheaper? I don't know what you guys, we found they're not. So, as more users are transitioning from initial inspections, again, we're hoping this is beneficial. So, what happens? What makes them, just as hard or time-consuming as the other things? Well, it's the time in between. In the Marine Corps, their program, the way they're setting it up, is that every 4 to 5 years, MCICOM is centrally managing the refresh of all the data. In between, they're expecting the installations to just manage changes. If they change a piece of equipment out, if they have a renovation, they put in that inventory. But the whole refresh is 4 to 5 years centrally managed. And a lot can happen in that 4 to 5 years. You can have standards change in the program. That's probably the rarest thing, but has happened in our experience. And I'll be talking about that. Business rules can change. It's what the user wants, you know, how they want things done, how they want comments constructed, what they want collected, and what they don't. And Doug will talk about that. IT processes. Sometimes the changes in business rules will cause a change in processes, or simply having existing data in Builder, you know, causes some process changes. And Whitney's going to talk about that. And finally, Dave's going to talk about, you know, also having that data changes some of the functionality, and that doesn't change functionality, but there's things in the IT tools and the way they function that you need, you know, it's important to be aware of because they can cause a lot of damage real fast. All right. Oh. You good? You can't see. Which slide are we on? Okay. Agenda. Yep. Okay, so the 4 case studies we're going to talk about, you know, it's the catalog changes, business rule changes, process adaptation, IT tool adaptation. And so let's kind of jump into it. I'll start off. That's not, oh, you went too far? Okay. And so what happened? So the first round of inspections for the Marine Corps was in 2007. The next round was around 2009-10, little later, probably a little later than that. But in between, ASTM had one of the major updates to the 1557, the Uniformat catalog, and it changed quite a bit of things. And then also in that time, I think, is DoD is getting serious about adopting Builder you know, across the whole agency. That, you know, the Tri-Services Uniformat is incorporated into Builder. And this changed a lot of the classifications, moved some around, you know, between the two, and especially in D40 and D50. You know, and I'm going to apologize right up front. This was a long time ago. I did a lot of memory. I looked back, notes I could find. The thing that is vivid in my memory is the pain this caused. So, so anyways, you know, and what happened? Well, now you have a whole bunch of, you know, you have a whole bunch of sections in there with, you know, uniformat classifications that either don't exist or they've changed, right? And you know, what do you do about it? I mean, this is a pretty big deal. Got a messy database. You don't like having extra records. You don't like sending assessors out in the field whose focus is, I see this thing in front of me. Are these things right? You know, making whatever changes they need to do, and then maintain, you know, and now they're in a situation where they have to make a lot of decisions, right? If you don't do something. And so the next one, still can't see it. Hopefully that's right. We're on remedies and lessons learned? Yep. Okay, cool. So the thing that was really good about both of our companies is that we had really solid people in database management and coding. We had developers, we both had them. And so, you know, we could take and export the data out of Builder into a Builder-Ed file, pump it into, you know, a SQL database, and manipulate it and pull it back out, right? They knew they'd checked code, they made sure everything would work. It was a really big deal. And, you know, some things were a clean change. We could just change them and say, here's the old CMC ID, here's the new CMC ID, all the other things you had to do, and, you know, set the flags so that they update properly, all that stuff. And then there were other things that it wasn't so clean. You know, and what did you do with those? And what we decided to do in this case is we deleted all those because it was too hard, too many decisions. The split wasn't even, it just wasn't even close. So it was easier to create a new section than it was to fix the old one. And if you've been into Builder-Ed, there's a limit on how much you can change the uniformat. You can't just go willy-nilly from D40 to D50. And so, in this particular case, for us, and we know that probably, that may not work for other folks that don't have people with those skills, but it's been invaluable to us, because even in subsequent re-inspections, there's always something that changes, right? And so to reduce variation among the assessors in the field, there's always this initial, during initiation of the project on a re-inspection, where the builder data is analyzed and we look for things that have changed, business rules that have changed, where different things are, and we change as many of those things in mass before they go out to the assessors as possible. Because, the more they can stay focused on the specific task at hand, the better the data is. And so that's mine for catalog changes and our challenges we've met and experienced and re-inspections and catalog changes. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Doug.
I'm going to stand up.
I'm going to stand up.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know about y'all, but enough sitting down. Any chance you get to stand up is a good thing. And plus, I can't see that side of the ride, that kind of data consistency and integrity. As has been mentioned, each service, each agency has their own sets of business rules. So even though we're specifically talking about the Marine Corps' business rules that we've experienced over the last 10, 12 years, the same concepts apply to all the other services and the service agencies. I'm going to be talking about a couple of specific examples. One is sectioning business rules, another is the inventory business rules, and finally the inspection business rules. Just to throw out a couple of examples, and then I'll talk about the remedies and lessons learned that we've had from those. And I really see, based upon what we've heard this morning, that the importance of keeping track of these business rules is really going to get greater and greater as we transition into the enterprise version of Builder, integration with CMMS systems. There's really going to be a need for following very strict data rules to make sure that the format and the content of what you're putting into Builder is consistent across all the needs of the enterprise. So I really see business rules as being one of the critical elements and critical tools that we have in our toolkit for providing good data. Next, thank you, Whitney. So sectioning business rules. An example of one of the business rules in the Marine Corps Manual talks about sectioning. When you have differences of types of equipment, different ages, you want to make sure those are called out consistently across your inspection team. And if it's not, use the general as the section name. And another business rule is requiring an on-site meeting between the team. And I guess just as a step back, the way that we have implemented these inspections, we usually have a 4 or 5 person team go to the building representing the various disciplines of electrical, mechanical, interior, exterior, plumbing, fire protection. So we want every one of those team members to name sections the same way. We don't want one person to say, well, that's a bathroom, and that's a restroom, and that's a toilet, or that's a conference room, that's a training room, that's a break room. We want all that to be consistent, so when at the back end, if you're doing data mining and you're looking for conference rooms, you're getting all your conference rooms, whether it's a conference room, training room, break room. So that's really one of the reasons we want to have that business rule in there in the sectioning. Thank you. The next one is inventory comment business rules. It's one of the primary uses is to provide information for follow-on inspections, knowing so the person can go up and when he gets ready to do it, he can tell easily that, yeah, I'm in front of the correct section that I should be assessing here. And the example is here on the first bullet is, the component is a stone wall located behind the reception lobby, in the lobby area. That's very clear, very specific. It really lets the person focus in without a lot of effort to try and find it. So it helps the process. And another one which I know is common among a lot of the services and agency is requiring a time stamp with the assessor's name and the date and the time that the inspection was performed. That is really valuable information when you get on to doing your next inspection, or if you have a question during QC, there's a lot of uses for that information, so it's a business rule. Got to have it. Now let's go on. We don't need to talk about inspections that we can't see. Inspection comment, requiring a comment for anything, any section that is rated amber plus or below. Excellent rule. It's quite well adopted throughout a lot of the agencies and services. We do see the sort of not the downside of it, but if an assessor doesn't want to have to enter comments, that's where you get a lot of green minuses. So they don't have to write the comments. So that's another part of the QC program to make sure that, is that really an accurate assessment of that component. Another business rule that we've implemented is don't use jargon, slang, things that make sense to you, but it might not make sense to anybody else. So that's one of the business rules that we've adopted. It's been very, very well received. So what are the impacts of this? Like a lot of other consultants who do builder assessments for multiple agencies, we have some of our assessors may be working on the Marine Corps this month, but next month they might be working on AFRC or they might be working on the Army. Different sets of business rules. So it's really important to make sure that the business rules are known, calibrate the assessors before they start doing the assessment, have your reference manuals, your reference materials available, have it electronically in a PDF on their tablet. We've even created small little, half-size paper manuals because some of the assessors still like to have a paper manual to be able to go and look up what the business rules are. That's one of the first questions we have from our assessors is if they have a question, the question of what do I do about this? Our question is what does the manual say? So that's why it's really important to keep your manuals updated and documented with the business rules current, just to maintain the builder data consistency. And remedies, I already mentioned calibration. That's one of the first things we do on each task order is we get all the assessors together and we have a 3-day calibration, which is a combination of both classroom orientation, classroom training, updating on all the enhancements of the IT software, the applications, updates on business rules, plus a field assessment where we actually go out into the field and get hands-on practical application with the tools and comparing that data to make sure everybody is, like Kurt mentioned yesterday, making sure everybody is looking at things with the same set of eyes. Let's see, did I cover the, let me go back one just for, I just wanted to also highlight the importance of incorporating business rules and the business rule changes into quality assurance, quality control programs. Like a lot of you know that there's automated processes, SQL or back-end, the database stuff that goes in and says, well, should I have a comment here? And it'll give a warning to the assessor, hey, you should have had a comment or you should have had a photo. So it's really important that the business rule changes are adopted and incorporated fully into the QA/QC programs. So lessons learned. Number one is having an established process to document and update and review your business rules. That is one of the requirements of our contract. At the end of every task order is to provide lessons learned and update any business rules that are all vetted through our contract administrator and all the way up to MC-ICOM. Ensuring business rules are communicated clearly and regularly. And then, as I said, incorporate them into the QA/QC process. And with that, I will turn it over to Whitney.
Sounds like I have a live mic. Okay. Is this mic coming through? Yep. Okay, so I was looking at I guess I need to get to my slide first. The process adaptation. Of course, coming out there for a reinspection looks a little different in the field than going out for an initial inspection. You're no longer starting with a blank slate where you can go through, collect the data from scratch, enter your new inspection. So when doing that, the considerations that they need to include is the changes in the catalog and the business rule changes, and ensuring that the existing data that's in Builder is compliant with current specifications. So to follow that, a reinspection consists of 4 parts. First, they need to identify the legacy data in the building. They need to verify that it is correct and meets the current requirements. Modify it, make any modifications necessary. This may be through updating the existing section, adding new sections, potentially even deleting sections. And then, of course, add their new inspection. So identifying the legacy data is the first challenge they come across. Looking at a bread file when they're out there in the field, there is the information provided by the previous assessor, like Doug mentioned, the section name, the location. Those are the breadcrumbs to lead the next person to find that section. But sometimes what we're expecting to see there is different. So first identifying it, so the component that's in your bread file, does it currently exist in the building? Has what was there before been replaced, and instead of seeing the 1988 boiler in there, you're seeing a 2007? And then if it does, do the section details line up, the location, or is there any other potential information that would help pinpoint that you're in the correct place? Next would be verifying that that legacy data is correct. Is the install year confirmed that you're at the same component? The quantity, like for our Marine Corps contract, one element in there is that all measured square footage quantities need to be verified within to 90% accuracy. So remeasuring areas, validating that those are correct still. Generally for mechanical components, your larger value items, those are a 1-to-1, and so they'd be 100% verification. Is it sectioned correctly? As those business rules change and previously things that were allowed to be grouped may not be allowed to be grouped any longer, so they may need to be broken out or grouped back together. That for mechanical components, but for some of even your floor carpeting or finishes in your interior, that whether or not they're broken out by floor or in the Army and barracks, it's commons versus quarters and things like that. So verifying that the component is entered correctly, the section name would follow along with that. Is it cardinal directions or anything like that? And then also any section details in there that follow, specifically like for Army, equipment type would require refrigerants in the section details, and things like that. Marine Corps, one of its unique section detail requirements is the ID field is only contain maximum numbers. So making sure that those are correct and meet the current requirement is part of the validation process. And then this next step of modifying it, this is what we often refer to as taking ownership of that legacy data. That once we come back out there for a reassessment, it's no longer who was out here 5 years ago. It's today's assessor's responsibility to make sure that legacy data matches up with the current business rules and reflects what the building currently looks like. So this comes in 3 forms, but primarily 2. First is updating it, making those changes to the section name, to the comments. Doug mentioned how comments now often require a timestamp in front of the section comments or inspection comments. At the section level, even they would validate that the comment is correct and still relevant, and then add the timestamp if necessary. Oftentimes, data entry programs will add that for you automatically as well. So, and then quantity, section details, making sure that all of those are correct. Next would be adding new components. This could be in the case of a replacement. It could also be in the case of maybe the previous assessor that was out there missed a component, or it was something that was previously not captured, such as window air conditioners. Those are in and out of scope on different contracts, so that may be something that wasn't picked up on a previous assessment, and now would be the opportunity to add it in if it currently is. And then the other one that would potentially come from adding components is replacements, and the subpart of that is deleting old components. Like Kurt said yesterday, Builder is managing what's in a building today. So if there was a component that was replaced, that needs to be deleted and removed from the inventory so that the new one can be added and only the new one is included in work planning going forward. And then the 4th step, of course, is the main one for the reinspection, is adding that current inspection, creating that next point on the CI curve, and making sure that that also takes into current business rules. There are cases where certain components are required to fall within ranges based on their age. Marine Corps does that for panel boards so that, because those often don't show visible distresses, that if they're past a certain age, they would not be rated higher than a certain level. And then one other that potentially comes into play with inspections is with re-inspections, if there was work performed on the component that improved its condition, this would actually be an opportunity to raise that rating of a component. one thing that is important to note on adding current inspections is regardless of the current inspection added, the assessor is not taking ownership of previous assessments. So if the previous assessment doesn't have the timestamp in the comment, doesn't have the photo attached if it was required, that those were relevant for that point in time. Taking ownership of it is for the section information and today's information. So what are our lessons learned out of this? Of course, like I just said, it's taking ownership of that data and bringing it up to the current standards. The other element, and like Robin and Doug mentioned, is incorporating this into the QC process. We have QC checks in place that make sure that both the new inspections and the re-inspections meet the same requirements. We've also put checks in place in the past that are checking for things that previously were used, such as specific not visible for inspection comments or specific section naming requirements, and making sure that those are no longer seen in the data and we're only seeing what the current expectation is. So with that, I will pass it on to David.
I'm going to stand up.
Okay.
All right. So what I'm going to talk about is using BRED, our favorite data collection tool, to do some things when you have actually existing data that might actually cause you a few issues, just to kind of walk you through that process. So copying sections and copying the whole building inside BRED, and what those kind of things can do to you when you do that. So first one, when you go to copy a section inside BRED, what it's going to give you is a pull-down list of all the sections that are included in that particular BRED file or that particular that location you're on. So the problem with it is it's not a unique list. So if you have multiple sections that are titled or section named NA or section named FL1 or 1FL or whatever that section name is, it's going to take every section that has the section name NA and make a copy of it across your entire data set. So if I go say that I want to collect, these are a little bit of eye charts, I apologize for that. But if I have a bunch of structural assets that are all NA or plumbing assets that are all marked NA, and I go and I select from the copy section feature in Builder-Red, I'm going to say I'm going to copy everything that says NA. What Builder-Red does is actually copy everything that has the section name NA. So you're going to end up with multiple copy of anything that has, the section name NA in it. So you just have to be careful when you start using these section copy features inside BRED. So how do you fix that, or what do you do about that? Easiest thing is to only use the copy feature, when you've got a uniquely named asset. So I know Courtyard 8 is a split system that's on the outside, east outside of the building. I know I can easily copy Courtyard 8 and make it Courtyard 9 because I've got 9 split systems out there. It's really easy. I'm only going to get the one record. One of the things to remember about this, though, when you do use the copy section feature in BRED, is you really don't get any section details, right? So the section details don't copy. Neither do the inspections, right? So you end up really with just the inventory record, which is about 4 or 5 fields at the end of the day. So sometimes, depending on what you're up to, it's almost easier to just go ahead and create the assets on your own without using that copy feature, just to be safe. And it's really easy, as you saw in my example, it's really easy to accidentally create unwanted sections in your BRED file because maybe you didn't know that somebody put the plumbing into the BRED file that you have, and you have all these NA plumbing fixtures, because I'm working on foundations. So I go copy my NAs, and all of a sudden I've got copies of plumbing and everything else, everywhere else inside this building. So just be careful with that. It's something that we actually work with our assessors on, and a lot of times we tell them they can't use the copy feature inside the BRED application. See, the other one that's inside BRED that's really a great feature is the whole copy building. So I can make an entire building in BRED, have all of my foundations all the way, soup to nuts, the whole building laid out inside BRED for a building. And I can copy that entire inventory from one building to another, right? Sounds like a great idea. It's a great idea unless you have existing data already in the building you're copying into, right? So if you accidentally do that, all of a sudden you're going to duplicate a lot of assets. So if I move that that building that I've modeled, we'll say, and I move all that information into a building that already has data and you didn't know it, all of a sudden I've got just crazy duplication across that building that I've got to clean up. The other part about that is it takes the original construction date of the facility it came from, and that's the construction date it uses when it puts it into the building that you put it into. So now my building was constructed in 1948, but I have foundations from 1915 because I copied them from another building, right? So that's just another thing to be careful of when you start to work with this application and start copying data across. So for us, what we like to do is make sure that the right person is doing that kind of work. Make sure the person that knows what's going on, how the copy features work, make sure that they know the status of the data in the buildings and how the buildings are doing and everything associated with that, and only hold buildings when we know that the building we're moving into has no data, and that they're extremely similar, I mean exactly similar, as far as the construction date and the relative size of that building, right? So those are important things to just kind of remember as you do that along the way. And then, as I said, so lesson learned on all that, you know, we've done this, we've had it happen to us, we've had multiple copies be made all over the place. So just make sure everybody knows what the effects of these kind of functions are when you're using data that's already there. When I have existing data and I'm starting to use those copy features, make sure everybody knows the ramifications of that before they do that. And also remember there are templating tools in Builder where you can actually make different kinds of buildings and actually build inventory that way as well too. So don't forget about using those as well when you copy. Okay? I think with that, I think we're back to Mr. Robin.
So I hope that was somewhat helpful. There are a lot of things to think about when you have existing data. It's easy to get messed up. We have, I think, particularly, not me, but I do know Whitney has spent hours and hours culling out duplicates and taking care of them. So there's a lot to be careful of. So with that, any questions? Yeah. Get a microphone. That's why I hid over here.
Is my microphone recorded? My question is this, after you did the reassessment, how did the graduation line from the previous assessment change? Did you validate that Builder, the graduation line was fine, was doing it correctly?
I'm not sure I understand the question. So,
I've been thinking about it. Mind if I jump in?
Okay.
We were talking a little earlier, and you did a reassessment of existing data. Outside of business rule changes, how many inventory changes have happened over the 3 or 5 years between? Like, did you see 10% section churn, 15, 20? Like, just did the BCIs dramatically shift after the reassessment, or did you find it tracking as Builder predicted?
Have you looked at, I mean, I've looked at that in cursory. I never dove deep into it. I can tell you that it stays pretty steady, right? So about the number that degrade in that period is about, you know, how many were replaced. So the numbers stay pretty constant overall. Now, how many, you have an idea how many changed?
Well, and that's also something that we see vary a good bit by installation. So, I mean, one of the examples we had recently was on a Camp Lejeune for Marine Corps. You know, they were hit by a hurricane a few years ago, so their roofs spiked crazy. But then other installations that have just been running status quo, we wouldn't expect to see as much of a variance. So.
And then, you know, it's hard to separate whether the change is because of replacement or you know, some other change, right? Trying to segregate what caused you to make a replacement in an inventory item, it's not that easy.
So, can you hear me? So this is the catalog remapping question. So if you can remember back.
Yeah.
Do you remember or recall moving the inspection once you deleted and re-added the section?
Did not. Just, you delete them and it says you started over. It says that's as if it's your first
Okay.
initial inspection.
Because once you delete the inventory, it cascades through the condition table.
Right.
Hence, you lose your condition.
Right, yeah. It has cascading errors, yeah. But since, as Kurt pointed out yesterday, the only one that goes into the CI calc is the most recent, you know, you're still okay. Yes. Heather.
Thank you. So do you see, I think one of the things that concerns me is when you say the effort's the same as your initial. Is this because we're just learning how to do it better? Do you see as you keep reassessing, we're going to get quicker and less costly?
We haven't seen it so far. I mean, there's a marginal improvement, and it does get better as you go, but it's on the margins, is our experience so far.
Okay. And then this every 4 to 5 years reassessment is, are you studying that to see if that's, you know, it's very costly to do these assessments. Is that really a good number, 4 to 5 years, or could you go, you know, be selective and say, well, these facilities we should reassess because certain changes like hurricane, but other facilities here have been constant, so we may go 10 years with those.
It's been considered, but it hasn't happened, and, you know, decision was not made. I mean, at this point, in typical, you know, Marine Corps style, simpler is better, and there's sticking. Can you speak into the mic? Oh, yeah, so, sorry about that. So, no, you know, it's been considered using kind of the knowledge-based method of re-inspections, but, you know, to date, you know, the decision has been to just stay the course and stay simple with, you know, the statement of work the way it is, and we do a complete refresh. There's enough change.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. People must be hungry. A little early. Okay. Thank you.
So here we're going to break for lunch and come back in roughly an hour and a half. So we're going to start at, 1300. Thank you very much, everybody. Hasn't worked for 2 days, so I've been like wanting to call people and just not be that guy at the same time. It's a push-pull. But today we are going to talk about Builder from the QA perspective. We have a great panel of people here that can talk about it. Yusuf, who works with the data every day, he's out of the Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Administration. And then we have Ishmael with IMCOM. We have Tamara, who is working on the Mobile QA. And then we have Julie Krebs, also with the National Nuclear Security Administration. So David Smith has offered to be the panel discussion leader. So please give me a round of applause. Thank him for showing up and talking.
Thanks, Kurt. Appreciate it. It's on. Can you hear me? Great. Put it up? No? Nothing? It's not a working setting, right? Anything else? Nothing? I can tell you I'm messing this up.
Take this one. Yeah, that one sounds really good.
Good. Is that good enough? I'll just yell a little too. All right, so we're going to talk about quality assurance and quality control in the way it kind of relates to building data collection and all the work that the folks do in this room. So first, I want to talk about quality assurance, right? So a lot of times, quality assurance and quality control get intermingled, and they get kind of used the same way. But they're really two different things, right? So quality control is really about the measurements. It's about the processes you put in place to actually take a look at the data and make sure the data is within some kind of bound. So some kind of regulation, some kind of requirement that it satisfies that. Quality assurance, on the other hand, is a more holistic look, right? So it looks at all of the quality processes that you have in place to make sure that you're actually implementing them and that they're done correctly. So in the case of our work, we're required to produce a quality control plan as part of our contract, right? So as part of the QA process, they look at our quality control plan and all the processes that we put in play to manage the builder data and make sure the builder data is what it should be. And they make sure we're adhering to those, right? So that's really the quality process, the quality assurance process. So I'm going to let folks from the panel talk about it a little bit more. They probably know more about it than I do, honestly. Chamber,
You bet. So the big thing, the easiest thing to remember between the difference between QA and QC. QA is process oriented, QC is product oriented. And I always just narrow it down to those two different things. A lot of times they say, I'm going to send that to QA for review. Well, you're really technically sending it to QC for review, no matter whether you're internal or external. So I always bring it down to those two things, process or product.
Any other things for QA versus QC? Everybody makes sense, right? So QC is really about the day-to-day, making sure the checks are what they should be, that you're in compliance with whatever regulation you've got going on. And QA is more about the whole. All right, so one of the ways we manage QA on the contracts we work on is by having QA contractors that are there on the job with us. And so the QA contractors, work with us and beside us and actually are kind of an independent audit of the work we do. So they double check us, make sure that we're actually following the quality process that we've said we're going to follow, and then we're doing it to our best ability. Right? So one of the things I love about having a QA contractor involved in the work we do is it gives me a chance to see where my quality processes might be missing something. So they can give me feedback. They can basically audit my processes and give me information, valuable information on how I'm doing and how my QC processes are covering all of the things that I need to cover to make that data compliant with whatever guidance that I'm responsible for. So what do you guys think about QA contractors and the use of those and the benefits of that?
Can you hear me? Yeah, the way that the Army did it, it was, we took our time first. Let me give you a little bit of history. We did a pilot installation, so we create the Army manual, so everybody will use it the same way. Doing that, We try to standardize the data because here is not too much the data, is everybody the same way. I have 70-something installation. I want to see one the same way that the other ones. Standardization here is the key. Now, to do that, what we did was we create the manual first, then we went to Mobile District, and we create a IDIQ contract, and we include the QA/QC in that contract. At the same time that we were building up the data, they were doing the QA/QC. I hired the experts to do that, and it's the same way for all the contractors on the life of the contract. We spent 5 years on that.
Thanks, Ishmael. Anything else?
Hopefully you guys can hear me without me holding this thing, but for the NNSA, we actually don't hire outside QA contractors. We do a lot of quality checks within-house, and that's for a few different purposes. One, we're not nearly the same, size as, Army or Air Force, any of those. We have probably about just under 40 million square feet across our enterprise of active space that we have. So we don't really use the outside contractors. A lot of our work is highly classified space, and so it's very difficult to have outside firms come and assess us, and actually our experts reside within, by and large. So we have a variety of ways that we do quality checks. One of the things that we fundamentally have done from the very beginning is when we started our implementation back in 2014, we actually included all of our stakeholders from the very beginning in developing our process. So all of our end users at the site level, all of our federal oversight and headquarters teams make up our team. We meet biweekly and have since 2014, talking about processes, making sure we're doing things together, and we're developing things in coordination with one another. We also do a variety of data checks with our outside partners. So Gordian actually is helping us develop our builder catalog, develop our models that we use to refine our what we call RPV, but PRV. And we meet on a regular basis, sometimes weekly or up to monthly, which each one of our individual sites, reviewing the data down line by line. Are we using the best items? Do things look screwy in the data? Do we need to change things? We also are starting to, getting ready to heavily leverage Sage that Digon developed, which they mentioned earlier. So we're building not only an enterprise book of rules that does a lot of logic checks that, Kurt mentioned earlier, but we also are doing site-specific rule books because each one of our sites, their missions are slightly different. So while we have enterprise rules that we all have to stand by, there are customized things that the sites may care about. I want train always to be spelled with all caps. I want to make sure that I have this kind of formatted comment. So each of our sites can customize that and have their own rule books that we check against, and we're going to do that on a regular basis, not only with the expectation that the end users are doing that, but we're doing a somewhat less frequent but a regular check on the data at the headquarters level. We do a variety of other things to look at the data. We're also standing up a new validation process at the headquarters level to reconcile, to have regular checks on our data throughout the year, sort of it's not a true validation check, and we don't have physical inspections scheduled yet, but could be part of it. One of the biggest challenges we have is we have a lot of software and systems integration. We are integrated with 5 different CMMS programs. In addition to, we have a safety program we integrate with. We have a centralized headquarters decision-making database that we're integrated with. And a lot of our problems actually are not necessarily the field entering in wrong data, missing data. It's the systems aren't working correctly. We find new ways to break a builder all the time and call Matt on a regular and drive him bananas. Or one system for the same data element will have, saying it one way and this says another way. So one of our first checks we're doing right now is to make sure that our software is actually integrated and everything's speaking to one another accurately, and that our software is working properly, because it doesn't matter if you've got great data, if you throw it into a bad system or it's not working, you can't do it. So we're trying to look at it through multiple views to ensure that we've got quality. And I don't anticipate we're ever going to have outside groups come in to try to do extra checks for us, but we do heavy training within, and we do a lot of peer reviews across our sites, the people who really have the knowledge, looking at each other's data, helping each other out, especially as we have new team members. We have a lot of transition we've had over the last couple of years here and doing mentorship programs to try to help within. And then, like I said, if nothing else, we're meeting every other week to talk about challenges, what's your data like, new software coming down the pike. And so we look at it through a variety of ways. I don't know, Yusuf, if you want to speak from the site level. I'm at the headquarters enterprise level, but Yusuf gets to inherit all of this on a day-to-day basis.
See if I can do this right. Wow. So I work for Livermore National Labs, and I work for weapons infrastructure. And so we do a lot of modeling of the data. And so one of the things that we did was we took a kind of a different approach with Builder. One of our requirements was that nobody in Livermore would know about Builder. Nobody would log on to Builder. Nobody would input data into Builder. And so what we did was we chose, we called it loosely affiliated with data sources. And so we built a database and then trained that database to manage our Builder instance. I think I spoke about this about 2 years ago. And so, in fact, a lot of our QA investment has been on teaching our database. And so the database keeps control of everything. We do run reports on that database to make sure it's still right in the head. So mostly the time it's right in the head. And then since we monitor transactions that are going in and out of Builder, we have a pretty much good handle on how the engine is actually happening and working. One of the other things we've done is we're kind of lucky because our frequency is much easier. And so while our automation can run fully automated, i.e. just a job runs and pushes data to Builder, we stop every single transaction and we look at every single transaction. And the reason we do this is because I think, and this is kind of why I was kind of interested in the catalog remap, is because the catalog drives a lot of of the output. And so we want to make sure that we have the best fit for catalog. The design life is very important to Builder, and we want to make sure that that design life matches the piece of inventory that we're working on. And so we'll do a lot of that. Since we're loosely affiliated with data, i.e. We've written APIs on both sides, if in fact a data source changes on the Livermore side, because we all know this, software comes and software goes, right? It's like 5 years from now we'll be dealing with a different piece of software. We want to be able to move to that new piece of that new software. And so one of the things we did in 2017 was while we were building the API out, we were actually transitioning to a new CMMS. We were going from a homegrown CMMS to EAM. And so that took them about a year and a half. And then after a year and a half, they implemented EAM. And then it took our application a week to flip over to the new CMMS. So that's kind of how we do it at Livermore. Only a handful of people have ever been into the Builder UI. And if we could get scenarios API'd up, we wouldn't even do that. So that's kind of how we do it. You know, we have a component of it, but is QA. And the other thing we do is because we have a database that supports us in 3 different environments, we can run experiments on the data. So if we have questions as to what Builder is doing, we have the ability to transform data in an off-instance environment and then run a particular experiment. We've run several experiments over the last 2 years on our data, and so to confirm what Builder is actually doing to the data and to the output. So that's kind of how Livermore treats QA and D&B and stuff like that. Sorry.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. All right. So one of the first things, you heard Doug say it in the presentation earlier, and I didn't pay him to say it, but one of the first things I always ask the assessors when they come to me and ask a question is, what does the manual say? You know, the work that we do is mostly always governed by some kind of set of rules. For the Army, it's a 765-page manual that covers all the systems. Marine Corps has one that's similar. I think most of the branches have some version of that. So this manual really is the quality control document for us. It's where all the rules are, all the decisions we make, and all the checks we put in play are associated with the manual, right? And you heard Ishmael talked about it a second ago, that was really part of the Army's plan, was to get that document in play, have it ready, have it set to go, and make it the standard that we all have to follow when we go do our data collection. Because it's tough. You know, you've got 7 different contractors going out, doing data collection across how many million square feet, and trying to make that consistent and have quality data and have the consistent quality that you want, so that you're doing that apples to apples comparison. So if I'm looking at a building in Kwajalein, I can have a pretty good sense that the condition assessment, the inventory that I collected in Kwajalein is similar to the inventory and inspections that I did at Aberdeen. And that when I make those comparisons and when I pull that whole data set together and I'm looking at that data set across Army, that I feel comfortable that the evaluation criteria that was used and the way it was collected and structured is similar enough that I can be comfortable with all the data coming out of it, right?
Yes.
So any other comments about manuals or guidance at least?
So your manual, your SMS manual, is a good example of a quality assurance tool that's put into place to help control the quality of your product. One of the other big things is a calibration plan. I think that's a very significant piece of that quality assurance process, just as important as the manual, because that helps build those business rules into whether it's an automated or a manual process, and ensuring that the QA/QC process produces the end result that you're looking for. So the manual and the calibration plan are just examples of a quality assurance tool.
And one thing that is in the bottom of this too, which also kind of plays back to the previous presentation we did before lunch. One of the things that quality control measures and a manual and things like that can do is they can help realign legacy data, right? So if these policies are put in play and the manual's in play and you know what the rules are, if the data was collected differently previously, then those quality processes can help you realign some of that and get the data into current form and current quality standard. Okay, so what's the first line of defense, right? So my thought process is always, my first line of defense is, what do I collect this data with? You know, what tool am I using to collect the data so that I am making sure that I'm following the rules, right? So there's a lot of tools out there. Builder-Red's the obvious one, right? It's the one that we talked about earlier. It's the one that's out there available to you. There are QC reports inside Builder-Red that can help you along the way for certain things, a couple of things. But there are a lot of other applications out there. Diagon talked about their application today. You saw an example of that this morning. Stantec has a version that they call Builder DC, which has all kind of rules built into it to keep you from making bad decisions along the way and keeping your data quality going. What other tools do you guys use, or are there other tools that you're familiar with that you guys use for data collection, or how important do you really think that is?
Obviously, data collection is important. You're starting with inventory and then doing the assessments. Our company, we have done several versions of different field collection. We've worked on the high side where we could I had a piece of paper and a pen, I couldn't even take a picture. And then we came back and worked directly into Builder. And then I've done jobs where we used bread. And we have used the Diagon Flow tablets. So I think it really comes down to where you're going and what that client, that end user needs, and what you're most comfortable with. You have to be flexible to whoever your client is.
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, we do kind of a mix. So, you know, some of our sites have some mobile tools that they have developed internally that, you know, link up with some of their CMMSs directly. So Los Alamos, I'm looking at you guys with some of the stuff you guys have done. We are often pretty challenged with a lot of our space. You know, a lot of our sites, you just have to have paper and pencil, right? So we are continuing to look for more opportunities to have more of a digital presence. A couple of our sites do use bread, but we have some challenges therein also. So we are tickled pink for the new mobile thing coming with the SMS. So we'll see what we can do there, and always continuing to try to look for opportunities where we can bring, you know, offline tablets to make life a little easier. One of our sites was exploring, you know, using Flow with Diagon. We had some security challenges therein, but something we're still exploring. So one of the tools we're using right now, and we're really hoping to hone in on this year, is really developing a lot of the builder custom reporting. We're kind of doing a total overhaul of builder custom reports to meet specifically our needs, not only using our jargon, linking things up, the data elements we care about, but we do have a few reports that some of our sites have custom developed for their assessors. So this is the way we conduct work, so they can very easily print it out. All they have to do is redline something, and then somebody can go in and do some data entry. One of the things that helps us out with assessments also is we don't always have to go out and put eyes on things, because a lot of our sites work directly in their CMMS program. So as they're going out and doing regular PMs and things on just regular work, they're gathering builder data, they're inputting it in their CMMS, which then in turn is updating builder from there. So some of our sites don't really even work in builder on a day-to-day. It's all done through other programs that just update the main things to builder, so that helps save some time and energy and some of that field assessment time that we have. So it's kind of a mixed bag. We're always looking for new and better ways to do things, so.
So I'm just thankful that I don't have to justify a mobile app at Livermore. So just an example, I'm so happy to be here today, to be able to be out and about with actually my cell phone on me. It's really great. So
We feel so connected.
I feel so connected. When I'm in my office, I'm not that connected. So the other thing I wanted to talk about a little bit about, and this might be a little bit off topic, but a lot of the times, so we have certain requirements. So we follow all the DOE requirements, and there are all sorts of numbers like 4031C, something like that. So we follow all those requirements. So we don't have to, I don't have to rehash those as long as our CMMS and our people are following those rules and requirements, then it kind of flows through me. So I don't really think too much about that. One thing that has been happening to us a little bit is that I don't know if you guys have had this or not, but so our builder instance is NSA owned and operated real property and OSFs, something like that. And so what we have a hard time with right now is, I don't know if you guys are dealing with programmatic equipment, but programmatic equipment is what the mission is using to accomplish their tasks, not necessarily what's in the building. I think I was told when I first came on scene that if you were to take the building and shake it, yeah, everything that stays in it would be real property, and everything that fell out of it would be programmatic. And so, but that's really hard to explain to people. So oftentimes what we're doing was we're adjudicating inventory. In our case, it would be master equipment list. We're adjudicating inventory to make sure that we don't get any programmatic equipment into the instance. And so this becomes very important to us. So that's one of the big, hurdles for us, is because, you just don't want to do that for a lot of reasons I don't want to talk about. So we're constantly, fighting that battle. And then, of course, since we're part of the enterprise, Los Alamos and Y12, and we all talk together to understand, so that we're all kind of on the same page. And so that's kind of been really important for us, is to get together with the other sites and actually even look at, anything from catalog items to, is that real property? Why are you putting that glove box in? That kind of stuff. And so I guess the point I'm trying to make is collaboration is key. If you've got some help, that way you don't have to stand alone and say, I made that decision.
With the Army, it's a little bit different approach. Our footprint is huge. I don't manage building. I manage mini cities in different states and countries. I have some business and installation in Japan, Germany, everywhere, and they have some SOFA agreements that we need to follow. It's a little bit more complicated than only one building. Because of that, the way that we manage this, everybody the same way, it's only one contract to deploy the assessments and one place for all the QA/QC. That's how we manage that. Because if I allow the installation to do this in their own, everybody's going to be doing this differently. Even that we have one manual, but it's going to be deployed differently. That's how we're going to control this, only one place. That was our approach, because I could not afford to do this twice. We had to do it right the first time.
Very good, thank you. All right, so one of the things you heard from Doug on today, and I think it's probably pretty common amongst a lot of the contractors that execute this kind of work, is most of us have some kind of automated QC process. And they vary in the way they're designed. But most of the time what they'll do is we can take the information that comes out of Bread or comes through an API or something like that, summarize it by assessor, count the number of issues that assessor has. We call them errors and warnings, but it's really things that are out of compliance with what the manual says. Right, so we have a system that on our own we've done this with. And it's a great way for us to keep track of what the guys are doing in the field, how they're doing, and give them instant feedback, right? So it gives them feedback on a daily basis to how they're doing, the mistakes they're making, so they can learn and get better and correct that kind of stuff along the way. And it keeps the data cleaner as we go. So the other part of that is it allows us to see how long it's taking guys to get them fixed and all that kind of stuff too. So it kind of tracks, gives us a little bit of a report card on how that assessor is taking care of their business, taking care of their data, making sure they're in compliance with whatever the manual they're associated with, whether it be Marine Corps, Army, or the Air Force. It also gives us a way for the folks in the field, because we typically have somebody in the field that's what we call field QC. So that's our person that follows the teams around to double check to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. And it gives that person a way to communicate with the assessor, one-on-one, so they can comment back and forth and ask questions. What in the world are you thinking? Why do you think this is what this is? Can you justify whatever you put in here, for whatever reason? So we can communicate back and forth with the assessor and actually resolve issues online. That way, you keep track of all of the interactions we have that way. So it's a great tool, but like I said, I think there's a host of those out there, and they're implemented differently depending on what job you're working and what contractor you're working with. But it's a powerful tool, and it's a worthwhile endeavor. I think you guys probably have all seen some version of some QC tool at some point, right? So, and like I said, everybody's got a different version depending on the contract and the way they do it. And it sounds like you guys do it wholly different. That's great. One of the things about our particular QC tool, which it sounds like Diagon's is similar, is that we can create QC checks without ever having to redeploy the tool. So we could actually just keep generating QC checks and add them to the database at the back end, and they just get automatically run. So it's not a matter of having to rebuild something or retool something or anything like that. It's you think of it, you think of a problem, you think of a QC check you want to put in, you type up the SQL, you put it in the database, and it runs. And it gives the results to the assessor. So it's pretty powerful that way too. It's very, very expandable. So you can see some of the example QC checks we do. These are just pretty standard associated with the manual. So things like standard comments when you're putting in your section details and all that kind of good stuff. Making sure one of your 23 distresses is in your inspection comment when you're an A+ or below, right? And make sure that distress and is in the right place. Making sure the actual word, mild, moderate, severe, whatever, lines up with whatever PCR rating you give the asset. All the stuff that's inside the manual. All these rules kind of are written for that. So keep track of all that for you and let you know the results of those things. So like I said, I think probably everybody up here has some version of that or has done it and uses those kind of tools. All right, and then the other part of this for us, and I think you guys, it sounds like you guys all do it too, is post-processing. So when you're done with the data, you've collected all the data, you've gotten all this data run through your QC tools, and you've checked everything, and everything's looking hunky-dory. At the end of the day, what we always do, we call it Whitney, but we basically take all the data out, and then we run what we do on our own, which is our QA process, which actually looks at our QC check to make sure our QC checks are running properly, right? So we do our own little bit of QA on our own data at the end of the day as well, too. So it's just part of the process for all that stuff. And that's where you start looking at things like crazy costs or unit of measures that are off. So things that are more holistic and systemic that you can catch really easily before you start processing data through the scenario models and do all that kind of stuff. So one of the other things we want to talk about today is photograph QC.
And this doesn't apply to everybody, right? Not everybody has to take photographs. It all depends on your manual. But for the Army, we take a lot of photographs. And the photographs are, they're really important because it kind of gives you an idea of what the asset is, and it gives you an idea of what the condition of the asset is when you do your inspection. So great stuff. But I imagine you guys have rules too about the kind of, well, you may not even be able to use cameras or anything in yours. But,
We don't do
No.
photos.
Not much.
But I would imagine everybody's got rule sets for the cameras they can use, the tablets they can use, all the different things that you can take into the field. So one of the things we've done at WSP is we've kind of restricted our guys to using cameras only and handheld cameras only that are a certain format, a certain size, a certain orientation, to make sure that the photos we take are always consistent. So when I upload a photo into Builder, it's always the same orientation, always the same size, same shape. Because one of the problems we were having with iPhones and things like that, you start doing some of this, and all of a sudden the shape of the photo actually changes. It actually will turn the photo, change the shape of the photo, the size and orientation of the photo. So that's just rules we put in place. It's not, not anything out there, just us. The other reason we did that is because we can turn off the GPS coordinate system, or the GPS piece of the camera, right? That's the other reason why we chose cameras and cameras only, so that you can geolocate the photos. That's part of that too. So that's just our choice, but I don't know, maybe you guys have other camera requirements, things that you could think of, why you would or would not use a camera or a tablet or anything like that?
I think it's site-specific and client-specific. From a QA/QC perspective, as a third-party QA/QC, owner rep, government rep, we don't really care how you gather it as long as you're doing it and have your internal QC process for us to review on the back end.
There you go. Very good. So, so let's just talk about the do's and don'ts. There's a lot of rules for this, and this is just kind of fun. But these are our photograph do's and don'ts. This is what we tell the guys when we go into the field. Make sure that you're looking at the manual so you know what the requirement of the photo is. That's number one always, right? What does the manual say? So always look at the manual, make sure you know when you need to take a photo, what you need to take a photo of. Because you don't have to take a photo of everything. It tells you in the manual. So what does the manual say? Make sure you've got plenty of photos so that if you say something is falling apart, you've got photos of it that you can justify that inspection when you put it in there. Make sure you're keeping up with the photos. Make sure they're downloaded, uploaded, wherever they need to go on a pretty routine basis so you're not losing things in case you accidentally drop the tablet off the roof or whatever, your camera off the roof. And just some other general rules about photo management that we do during the week. So the other thing are the don'ts. They're more fun. So these are all the rules we put in play when we go out into the field. When we start not taking pictures of things. We often have to submit all of our photos to installation security. And installation security looks at every one of our photos in a lot of cases before they are put out there and put in the builder. So we have that reviewed. It depends on the locations. It's all site specific. But that does happen sometimes. So we try to just train the guys to kind of follow these rules. And it kind of keeps us from having a whole lot of extra effort associated with that. So no people, no weapons, no vehicles, no children especially, no nameplates like certificates and things on the wall that might be able to identify somebody. Things like that are just no-nos. So this is just what we train the guys to do so that when they upload the data and upload the photos, we don't have any problem. We also have a guy that's really sole purpose is to sit there and look at all the photos to make sure that they are accurate. He's an ex-Marine Corps commander, so he knows what he's looking for. But that's part of what we do for the QC part of things for photos. Any other things for photos? Any other ideas for how you can take a look at photos, review?
I think that if you can take photos, you can never take in too many photos, even if you think something isn't a green status, because you never know when there's going to be a conflict later down the road or anything like that, and you may need to defend your position, even if you think it's green.
Or your bread file gets corrupted.
Or your bread file gets corrupted. It's happened before. Yes, yeah. I don't think you can take too many pictures, if you can.
If you can.
Yeah, we can, but yeah, I'd worked on the Air Force program, and yeah, it was just take as many as you can, because you're not gonna likely get any funds to go back there
To
when
go back.
something you missed. Flight lines was another no-no.
Right.
Yep. That's right. Very good. I like to take as many as you can. It helps the QC side of things tremendously when you've got good code. All right, so just some kind of final thoughts for developing your QC, QA programs as you go along the way. We talked about tools. So picking the right tools, make sure you got the right tools in your hand to collect the data, QC the data, so that you know that you're comfortable and confident the data that you're collecting is going to be high quality. Make sure you've got processes in play that are based on your manual or whatever requirements you have out there, guide, manual, whatever it is, so that you've got those set up and ready to go so that you know what you're going for. Train your people. Make sure that everybody you work with and everybody you have on your crew is well-trained in whatever discipline they're responsible for and on the QC side as well. And then try to manage your turnover and retention. Try to keep people as long as you can. So keep folks with the experience doing the job. That's what that comes down to. And then reassessments, of course. How often, when reassessments get done, all that kind of good stuff is just part of the program. And how am I going to manage this program? We'll talk about that a little bit too. But what other thoughts can you guys think of, if I was going to try to go out there and develop, a good quality program, what are the really important aspects of that for y'all?
One of the things to keep in mind is this data is for analytic decisions and for the management to make decisions. Garbage in, garbage out. That's why we really need to have a really QA/QC process to ensure that the data quality is correct. The most accurate that we are at management, the more that they're going to believe in the program, and the better decision we can make with this data.
Well said.
I think having good quality assurance tools like you have listed here controls your product output, which is the QC process, like Ishmael said.
And those tools can be a variety of things, right?
Right.
They can be a well-placed spreadsheet or well-prepared spreadsheet that's well-checked and done. It can be something as complicated as what he's described with all kinds of great knowledge databases and checks and things like that. It's fantastic. I love that.
I'd say one of the big things for us too is, not only is the data collection effort and looking at it after the fact, but what the heck do you do with the data, and is the data actually useful to your decision-making process, right? So while it's a big effort to get it in there, one thing we're trying to place a lot of attention on is comparing what Builder is telling us, what needs to actually be recapitalized and what's the cost associated with it, and making sure that's in alignment with our planning processes and our other infrastructure actions, because if the cost coming out of Builder, if the design life's coming out of Builder, if the conditions are not correct, you're making all these bad decisions, right? And it's not helpful. So making sure we set up a feedback loop of not only looking at projects we actually completed, comparing those costs to Builder, making sure it's still in the same, within the ballpark, right? Builder's a ROM, right? It's your class 5 estimate. It's not, super project level. Making sure they're in the ballpark with one another. Making sure those conditions are accurate in the field. One thing that we also have to, think about with our planning is just because Builder says something is red doesn't mean it's failing today. It means it's at great risk of catastrophic failure. So it still should be on your recapitalization, your modernization list, some kind of looking at that. Another initiative that we're setting up with is we've developed a research partnership with Searle here of late. So we're asking all these questions of, Dr. Grusing saying, okay, so why does Builder do this? And how does it calculate this? And can we customize it with this? We're looking at historical data and trends and our actuals to make sure that what Builder is telling us aligns with our actual reality. Some things just, we're finding now is our design lives are we're actually in keeping our equipment in better condition longer than the original book says. And so we're looking at how do we adjust that to make sure that we're not actually spending money earlier than we really need to, but while still staying ahead of the curve so that we don't have things fall apart and then we have some mission impact for that. So, I mean, it's not only what goes in, but how do you use that data? And is that data useful to your decision-making process? Because if it isn't, then at the end of the day, all we did was feed the data beast, and it's a whole lot of money wasted, right? So it's making sure it's integrated in your planning and execution process.
So I know this is going to be a little picky, but stay with me. So one of the things we had to be careful of was at first we had only one source for our inspections, and that source had five types. So instead of like 9, like Builder has 9, right? And so 5 types of condition records. And so we did the transformation from 5 to 9, thinking no big deal, right? Like, what's wrong with that? Then we got another source that came out of our EAM, out of our CMMS, and that had 3. And so we transformed the 3 to 9. And we thought, oh, that's okay. And then we started looking at our data, and actually we lost sensitivity. Now, we're still trying to figure out how much sensitivity we lost from 5 to 9 to 3 to 9. But if you do the math, you'll find that we start to move. And so I guess what I'm trying to tell you or at least explain to you is that while you think it's straightforward and you think, oh, 3 to 9, no big deal, 5 to 9, no big deal, you start escalating that into a large population, you start to see movement. And so we look at that movement and say, oh, what does that mean? So we're now spun up on 5 to 9, 3 to 9. So I don't know where that's going, but so it may seem the bottom line, it may seem straightforward to you, but Builder, you need to pay attention to some of the sensitivities that come out of your output, and you should be able to tell from the output too if you're connected to it pretty well. So I'm sorry if that didn't make sense, but.
Thank you, that's great. All right, so the last slide, oh, yes, sir.
Are we going to have an audience Q&A time after or during?
I don't care. Ask now.
We're pretty much wrapped up, so if you want to go ahead and start us, that'd be great.
There's a time limit.
So the gentleman on the far next to Ishmael, the right-hand side of Ishmael, what is your name again?
Yusuf?
Yusuf.
Habit.
If I understood what you were saying, you have a data model that you trained. So what I want to ask you is whatever you call that approach, how many exceptions did you discover that you had to teach it in ways that Builder did not perform the way you expected?
Well,
is there any key findings from that standpoint where you saw different aspects of what you expected Builder to tell you and what you had to teach it to circumvent the defaults, I guess, is the question.
So I guess I don't have a firm hint. I can't say 5. But what I can tell you, as it started in 2017, and so as it learned, it got better and better and better. So it's one of these, it evolved. And so what we do is we do it with a lot of transformation tables, crosswalk tables. We do it with a lot of views. And so we found that if we manage it correctly, a change to the business rules in the engine could be as simple as a record. Okay, so if that helps you, it's kind of a different way to look at things.
All right, let me ask it a different way.
Okay, sorry.
What assumptions that you approached it initially changed as you learned what you needed to teach it? Is that too broad a question?
No. So actually, that's a better question. Fundamentally, Livermore chases, and I say this all the time, Livermore chases DM, RN, and RPV, because that's what NNSA uses to justify the money that, the investment in the lab. And so to answer your question, the engine, the database has been taught about DM, what goes on, what shows up in our DM based on our standards and policies. So we took the standards and policies, looked at them, investigated that, and then translated that into transformation tables in the database that then only produce things only puts things into Builder that will actually result in DM or RN. So does that make sense?
Yes. I got to digest
I know, I'm sorry, they put me up here at the last minute.
So, okay, you're an NSA, right?
Yes.
And you're LLNL or whatever.
Right.
So you both alluded to service life. You're doing a hands-on revisions to your service life reference book, it sounded like, if I understood what I was hearing correctly. Is that correct?
We're researching it right now to see if we need to make some alterations to the design lives to better align with what we're seeing in the field.
And is that true on the right side of the table, too?
Yeah, so Livermore, so that's kind of one of the things, the question here, what would you like to see? So Livermore has kept track of their survival data for 30 years. So we have 30 years of survival data. We had that because we had a gentleman that was very interested in historic data. And so we use that historic data to validate and verify that the output that's coming out of Builder is reasonable. And so my hope, and this I'm involved in another project as well that has to do with weather, which is very nice outside, by the way, is that we would hope that there would be more historical awareness within the Builder product. So that's kind of like if I had one thing to wish for, I would wish that we would, because it only lives in the now, right? At least our Builder only lives in the now. Now, our database, the database that manages the database, has data in it, has every single transaction since 2017, and has Builder data in it since 2017. So we are keeping history in our, and so we can go back and look at a particular piece of inventory and tell you exactly all the transformations and all of its CIs and everything. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, and I'll say that Diagon is helping us to develop a data warehouse for us because we need archiving ability. We want to be able to trend Builder data over time. So we're looking at a few different solutions to be able to do that because that's really where the power is, right? So you can start to, right now, we're struggling because Builder doesn't inform our maintenance program too much now without historical, information, but we want to be able to have that to be able to say, we always install these train units in this particular location, and they're consistently year over year failing sooner than expected. Does that mean we are not conducting enough, PM and minor CM? Does that mean that we're installing the wrong type of unit for the weather that it's in? We need that historical information and trending to be able to inform our maintenance and operations now, where right now Builder is mostly kind of focused in a recapitalization, modernization area, and we want it to inform the broad spectrum of the life cycle.
So, and this will be my last one, gang, sorry. So the service life piece, so I got that we focused on the input side of quality, but, and we've done as good a job as we can do, and we continue to improve, but that doesn't mean we don't get output that's still gigo. And for whatever good reason, bad reason, indifferent. So the challenge is, I would also suggest a future topic would be, what can we do on the output side to affect even the input side, as well as some of the assumptions, like service life, et cetera. I mean, I would assume we're not unique at Army IMCOM that we're seeing a lot of output that is noise. We're not going to touch, right? And so we either got to make some decisions on how we're going to address that, either on the service life side, validation, methodology of the work items, et cetera. So I just had just in general, what can you recommend that you've seen on the output side to apply to our data that might be helpful for the rest of us to learn from?
I think one thing that we found, just as it's one example, and we're trying to find more, is the estimated life checks box, right? So we have facilities back to, the Manhattan era, 1940s, very, very old facilities we're still living and breathing and doing mission work in. And so when we go in to do an inventory for it, it's very easy. One of our sites went through and just said, everything's an estimated install date because who the heck has as-built? Nobody knows. But then when we started analyzing the conditions coming out of Builder on the tail end, we started to see, well, wait a minute. This site is looking like pretty green or amber, and we know it's falling apart. It's at high risk of catastrophic failure. What is going on? Well, that's when we started to dive into more of the research side of it, how the curves work, and seeing that our assessors are giving them, greens for a lot of this old equipment because it's still running, right? It's very, very old. It may be deteriorated, but it's still that. Because of the curve, the way it works, it was with that estimated checkbox, it more heavily relied mathematically on that green rating that the assessor gave it than the actual normal engineered deterioration of the curve. So everything was much rosier than it really was. And so that was one big aha moment for us of realizing how much impact that estimated checkbox had to our condition curve. And so we made a lot of course corrections on our data collection side of it to make sure that the data coming out, again, reflected what we were seeing in the field. And so we're trying to find more and more of those trends, and we have other examples we could share, but that's the kind of stuff that you have to analyze what's coming out of it, because if that's not useful, then it doesn't matter how consistent you are getting it on the front end, it's still worthless to you once you get it. And that's a big time and expense to say this didn't inform any of my capital decision-making process.
I did turn over the mic too soon.
But while you're waiting for your mic, it also validates what Kurt said yesterday about how important that your installed data is. So instead of checking the estimated, you do a little bit more research up front and get a pretty dialed in install date. That's why it's such a huge impact.
On that service life issue, what way did you see it trending? In other words, builder's prediction is underperforming. The equipment's overperforming the service life expectation. So what in general, is it 30% longer, 20% longer? Whoever has answers, data collected,
I think,
historical data support,
yeah.
I'd be interested in hearing the trend.
I think Livermore was seeing about 30%, and
33%.
Mike, you guys were saying maybe 25% on the data sets that you guys had, like surviving longer.
Some of those things, some of those equipment items we're seeing where the rated condition is showing better than what the predicted based on those service lives, which would say, okay, well, we can go in and now we've got a lot of historical data we can use to dial in and adjust those service lives.
Is that on the agenda?
Yes, yes. Well, that's something that we will be doing on a, the plan will be to do that on a probably annual basis, cyclical basis. So as we get more information in, we will continue to dial that in. We've done that on occasion, but we've not had a formalized process. It's been kind of as we're going through, and we'll make adjustments here and there. And we're getting to a point with the data and also the analytic tools to be able to really dig into that and to focus on specific pieces of equipment, specific items, because it's not everything across the board, but it's certain things. And another part of it that is a big piece of is a lot of it also depends on location. That certain equipment in one location versus another, and that's something we're also starting to really dig into a little bit more, trying to understand. Yusuf talked about it, but the climate impacts as well, and how does that cause differences in the expected service life for equipment? So
right now, DOD wants, in general, an annual update of the cost catalog, right? Are we going to sync the service life book to that update as well? Is that what we're considering?
that's essentially what we'd be looking at, a sort of annualized, put of those service life. And I will say this, I mean, those service lives, they're all, the individual agencies, you can go in there, you can tailor those, right? But, that's something we're looking at to say those the recommended ones that get pushed out as the sort of the reference set, we will go in there, we're getting the data to be able to dial those in closer. And we do have some pretty interesting studies on. Now, one of the challenges is a lot of times when we're looking at this service life data, we don't have, Yusuf mentioned that you've got survival data. A lot of times what we have, we've got the condition assessment. So we don't necessarily have the full trend of this is when this thing, was installed, when it actually failed, but we have condition data that shows kind of along the way. So we have to kind of take that and then back it out to infer, based on that condition data, how is that trend looking at to kind of piece together what an expected service life is. And what we do is a lot of times we take that condition data, the observed condition, and then we run it through simulations to say, okay, well, if we're observing this condition, let's simulate that out for a set of components to see here's what what that kind of survival curve would look like.
So, Dr. Gersing, you're still on the hook for the feature where we get to impact the design life, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you did explain that to Matt, right?
What's that?
I said, what?
Okay, just fun.
I said, I think he wants the artificial intelligence that looks at all the past data and then modifies it on the fly every inspection you had, right, Yusuf?
That was another one that got shot down.
Okay. One of the things, I looked at the data. While there is averages of, like you said, 30 to 25%, it's not all systems are the same. So your foundations are going to be different than your HVAC life cycles as far as the adjustment factor. So, yeah, it's exciting to see, and it is something that is going to be different by maintenance and by region. The Pacific is really hard on electrical equipment and HVAC. So that probably is not going to be the same case in all regions of the world.
Mike, from the lady in yellow, that you were checking to see how real world compared to what I like to call builder dollars, and that's one of the things my director is really pushing is we're using our deferred maintenance to report to Congress to say, hey, we need to fix this, but we don't really believe that that money they're giving us is going to do everything on that list that they gave us money for. Are you tweaking the system with markups to get, so can you kind of elaborate how you've gone, maybe an overall markup down to the facilities? Is that what you've been doing?
Yeah, we do have cost modifiers in the system. So, once Dycon created the cost modifiers feature within Builder, we leverage it very heavily with all of our sites. And so we rely on each of our sites to make those determinations. We vet them at headquarters, but they use, we're special, as you guys know. So each of our sites has its own unique financial cost model for that. And so we have very specific cost books for each one of our sites. And so they do account for, we get our standard geographic factors, our builder area cost factors direct from Gordian every year, so we update that annually. We typically, almost all of our sites have a site factor, so the difference between doing work in Livermore proper, the city, as opposed to Livermore inside the fence, right? We also have markups for secured perimeters. We have a lot of secured perimeters within our sites, and it's always way more expensive. You have to have specialized escorts for work. It just takes forever. Special things even for like specialized scaffolding, specialized equipment. So we can go down to the equipment level and put those extra markups on top of it to try to better approximate what a real world cost is. At the end of the day, we still recognize and have to very much manage our customers' expectations for, this is still just a class 5 estimate. It is a rough order of magnitude. This is not project level, and it doesn't account for programmatic equipment. A lot of times when we do have a new construction project, that total dollar cost is going to be rolled up in some kind of firm fixed price or total cost that it's very hard to parse out. Well, this was for FF&E, this one was real property, this one was for programmatic, this is for commissioning. It's hard to kind of parse that out and then marry it up with builders. So one of the things we have talked about in the maintenance arena, like I said, trying to get Builder to better inform our maintenance side and as we do projects, is when we record our new construction or even just some of our minor recap, trying to parse out some of those costs and maybe put some of those requirements in the contracts to actually show separate CLIN items that we could better approximate on those. So it's kind of a tough nut to crack, but if we're with within 20% of the actual cost, we're going to call that good enough for government work, right? Because we do recognize it is a Class 5 estimate, and we're not going to Congress, with anything less than, a Class 3 or better estimate. So it gets us where we need to go, and it's something we're continuing to try to refine. And I will say for our deferred maintenance, so we use builders' scenarios, but it's essentially the one-year work plan, right? We don't actually use the work plan feature, but we set that up. Right now, we also do it by, we do calculate repairs and replacements. I think we're probably going to go to replacement only, and we're changing the way DOE and our customers expect for deferred maintenance. Because, at the end of the day, builder doesn't really tell you, hey, I didn't do a filter. It just assumes you did proper PM, right? So we're trying to change our definition of deferred maintenance to really, what are my major replacements that I need to take advantage of? Because that's more actionable to us. And maybe just dropping repairs for us entirely and just letting that reside within our daily maintenance program. So we're continuing to try to refine that so that our costs are more accurate and better aligned to, here's my brief estimate from builder, and translating it into, the actuals that we're seeing in the field.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to hit on how we kept hitting, that estimated checkbox and, trying to track down as-built and everything. Just what we feel like one of the best practice to do is, as you get the assessors up, 10, 15-minute, sit down with the facility manager, be your quickest, best route to get all that data. Because as we know, we do renovations. Odds are you're not doing the whole building at one time, The A wing could be done 2012, B wings 2016, but they can get you all that data and how in-depth, if it covered all the systems, where, okay, do we just do the light fixtures? Do we go down to branch wiring and HVAC? Do we go all the way down to ductwork? They can give you that detail on how in-depth that renovation was, so we can kind of eliminate that estimated checkbox, but we're a lot more accurate with the dates that we're putting in. So that would be a recommendation for best practice. Before you do the building, 10, 15 minutes with the facility manager will get you the best information to go forward with that.
That's a good point.
And one of the questions from our stream was probably directed at Ishmael for the ISRI, the quality rating. Is that being fed from Builder from any of the metrics? And is it changing from FCI to BCI? It has the word quality in it, even if it's not necessarily data quality, but you're in front of the room, so congratulations.
Yeah, you know the answer. That is a tricky question. The challenge that we have in the Army is this. We have a system to measure the quality of the buildings. We have the quality and the functionality. We call it ISR. As we evolve now to this new era and use Builder, it's a new system. It's a new way to look and inspect the building and a different approach. How we do with that, how we deal with that. We have a historical way to do it, and we have the new way to do it. We're working on it. OSD mandate FCI. That's what we report to OSD. But, be careful how to say this. Builder has different levels. It's like an onion. Every information is, you can get information from the lower level for maintenance, so you can get information from the high level to make funding decision. Every rating is different. You will use those different ways. And like you said before, BCI doesn't give you the whole story. SCI doesn't give you the whole story. You have to look at the holistic way, everything. But we only report SCI. That's its mandate. Everybody should be reporting only the SCI. If the BCI is important, yes. Now, the challenge that I have with Builder and the Army is my old system, ISR, is a validate data. The garrison commander at the end of the year sign it, and that data have been QA/QC and been validated. Builder doesn't have that. Everybody inspect, everybody check, you QA/QC. Where is my validation of that data? I can't find it. That's why I had to transfer the rating from Builder to ISR, my old system, because that is the data has been validated. That's the only reason. Well, FCI is mandate.
Thank you very much. We just got one more. Said that we're hearing about interesting tools. Does the DoD or Army specifically have any plan to centrally fund a kind of a program, or is it going to be case-by-case basis for a site or a specific project need?
I could not, can you repeat? I could not hear it.
Just a tool to look at data quality.
Is Army going to mandate one tool?
Yes. That's very challenging. I am the user of Builder. I am not the developer of Builder. That comes from headquarters G9. I cannot stipulate and say, we're going to use this tool for my installation because I'm the user. That has to be at the Army level. They need to decide what's going to be or what they will introduce to help us for the QA/QC. That's not at my level.
All right. Thank you very much to the panel and our panelists. So there's no official break in the action. We're going to do a quick changeover, but feel free to stretch. Just come back in the 5 minutes, because if it turns into 20, then it's just cutting into social hour. So we'll start soon.
Excellent.
Hello? Hello? Everybody awake? The key lime pie starting to kick in? All right, I'll get us going. I know that any minute that we continue to deviate from our schedule means less happy hour. So I'll keep us on track. Hello, everybody. My name is Rigo Cisneros. I'm with Jacobs. In Jacobs, I manage a group around installation readiness and modernization. And what that means is that we care about anything and everything that impacts installation's ability to be able to deliver the mission, readiness, how we think about finance, how we think about recapitalization, how we think about O&M, operational excellence, that big, long spectrum of things that we do that get done at installations. Happy to be here today. With me, I've got Jared Huffman. As Jacobs, we've been doing Builder for about 10 years, and this guy here has been like my right side partner for those 10 years in carrying most of the load in saying, hey, how do we handle this new thing called Builder 10 years ago, and how do we start getting beyond the data collection and start thinking about what does it mean? What does the data mean, and how much importance should we be paying attention to the different parts of the data, especially as it starts to align itself to really the mission of DoD and every organization that's using it, which is really to execute mission. And so today we want to present to you just some ideas that we've accumulated over the years and ways of thinking about how we start to tackle that problem, and why it becomes important to really start thinking about how we're sustaining the data to make sure that we're always thinking with the mission in mind, and not caught up with, what are the functional things that we need to do, how do we deal with this, but to actually be able to provide some weight to the decisions around what you pick up, how you sustain it, what should you go back to, things like that. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Jared. He'll walk you through some really exciting things that we've thought about over the years.
Hi, thank you, Rigo. I wasn't born with a booming public speaking voice, so we might need to heat up my mic. I've got more of a Batman whisper. But what when I was first told that I can have the stage, so thank you, Daigon, for sharing your stage and for putting this session on, I had an idea on how to kick off this brief, and it was one of those ideas that I knew I had to let it resonate, marinate for a little bit, because it's a little bit unconventional, and I knew that my boss's boss is in the room, and I also heard that we might have a general officer in attendance. So I thought about it, and I still don't know if it's a good idea, but we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna do this anyway, and so if this works, then we'll just move forward. That was Mike Dawes. He's playing multiple parts of the song One from Metallica. So if you know Metallica, big famous rock band, and they've got multiple guitars. He's doing it all on one. And every time I see it, it really inspires me. And I think it's relevant because I think that's where we should be going in our use of data, in our command and control, the elegance, just the way that he can harness his craft in that level of sophistication. I think that's the feeling that I want to get to. And, I'm not there yet. And so Mike started off, he's playing Builder. He layers in a little bit of GIS, he pulls in GFEBs, he pulls in Maximo, Tri-Riga. But this is the feeling. I want to start it off a little bit unconventional and show that we're not there, but I think that's what we aspire to. And so I really like these forums where we can share ideas and be inspired by what others are doing, because in one way or another, we can all be part of the solution to solve some really complex challenges. We've got to maximize constrained resources, enhance operational effectiveness, streamline decision-making, communicate better, and identify mission risk. And so we can't unpack all of that. We can't unpack any one of those fully today, but the one I wanted to sit on just for a few minutes is this idea of identifying mission risk. And so very simply, I am looking to identify which facility assets pose the greatest risk to mission uptime and which missions would be affected. And so first, in order to get there, leveraging Builder, we've got to define what the missions are at the installation, link the facilities to it, and then determine which asset types have the highest consequence of failure. And then simply take Builder's work plan that comes out and then filter using those attributes to identify what needs to be corrected for the greatest risk. So I'm going to run through a quick example of how that could be done. And so let's just take this installation for example. There's a lot of missions here. Let's just assume this is your installation. A lot of missions, a lot of buildings, and everything is degrading over time. How can we use Builder to identify and mitigate some of that mission risk? And so let's start off with just looking at what does Builder provide. So we know that Builder provides a building condition index that describes the overall health of the building. And it's categorized by green, amber, red. And so what we're looking at here is not Builder. It's a simple integration between Builder's Final One real property report and the installation GIS file. And understanding the building condition, it is valuable, but we need to take it a few steps further to get to our simplistic risk. And the green facilities do not mean that there's no risk. Only thing the green facilities mean is the average condition of the assets is higher than the green threshold. In addition to the BCI, Builder provides financial projections. And so you can see in the lower left-hand corner this aggregation of a 10-year work plan. And it just shows what Builder is saying the finances in order to bring all the condition of the assets back to a green level. And the requirements coming out of Builder in an unconstrained fashion are really high, and it's not feasible to tackle all of these problems, either from a financial or a manpower perspective. And so I don't know if the general officer actually showed up in the room today, but if that general officer is here and you call me into your office and you ask me to give a brief on how to mitigate mission risk from an infrastructure perspective, and I show up with this, I'm in trouble. And so let's play that out real quick. He looks at this and he says, okay, so you're telling me that the green bubbles have no risk, and the yellow and reds, they do have risk. No, sir. Okay, so you're saying that I've got to spend all of this money or my mission will fail. No, sir. And he says, get out of my office until you do have something to say. And so I tuck my data nerd tail between my legs. I go back to my office and I try to figure out what it is he wants to know. And so this is how I start. I first start by categorizing all of my buildings by the specific mission. My father flew F-4s, so one of our fictitious missions here is to take all the F4s out of the Pima Boneyard out in Arizona, and we're going to get them back in the skies where they belong. Two, we do Abrams maintenance, the M1 Abrams, the main battle tank, and we do maintenance on those. And if you're watching your news feed, it's relevant. But at this installation, we also have public works, we've got billeting, housing, education, and community services, everything that we need in order to run these installations. And so Builder does have a wealth of real property data. It's got square foot, it's got MDI, it's got CAT code, but it didn't have exactly what leadership was asking for. And so we just define this attribute and we integrate it into our analysis. And once we do, we can now filter down to the specific mission. So had I known that Abrams would have been so significant today, I probably would have chosen that one over the F4 mission, but let's just move forward with this. So we have now defined all of the missions, and we filter down to our fictitious F4 mission, and we know the buildings that are associated with that mission, and we now know what the 10-year requirements are for this subsection of buildings. But this isn't risk. This is just a portion of the overall Builder database. And so we need to move on to step 2. Number 1, we define the missions. Step 2 is we need to determine which assets have the highest consequence of failure. And so I don't want to say that if any building goes down, goes offline for a while, the mission will fail. The men and women at the installation, they'll band together, they'll bring in mobile generators, they'll do whatever they need to do in order to make sure the throughput continues to happen. But you would still have to divert critical resources from one mission to another to get your mission back up and going. And so what I do is I start to define which asset types have the highest consequence of failure. And so what you're seeing here on your screen is our fictitious missions, Abrams maintenance, F4 across the horizontal axis. And on the vertical axis, you see a sampling of our assets. And in the cells, I've just categorized which asset types have the highest consequence of failure for each of the missions that we have. So once we've done that, we've defined the mission, we've defined the assets that have the highest consequence of failure. Now we bring in Builder's work plan and start to filter down to the mission, to those assets to help define what we need to get after to mitigate risk. And so we come up with something like this. We've got the buildings that are part of the F4, and we can see the total requirements. And we also now have this red line that shows this is the assets that would bring down the building. And so this is our minimum threshold. This is the level of finances that if you're in a constrained environment, you want to make sure that that is your minimum spend. But before I dare go back into the general's office, I take it one more step, identify the near-term need. And so I walk back to his office and I knock on the door and he says, "Oh, good, it's you. I bet you have another bubble chart." And I say, No, sir, no bubbles today. And he goes, "Okay, keep talking, I'm listening." And we say that, "Sir, in order to mitigate the risk of your F4 mission, Builder has identified 5 particular assets that need to be replaced. If any of these assets fail, your building will go dark for a while. It is our recommendation that you replace these assets." Now, it doesn't mean that these assets will fail this year, but it does mean that if you want to buy down that risk, we recommend creating an electrical project with these 5 assets so you don't have to run any contingency plans. He says, "Do it." Yes, sir. Now, clearly there's a lot wrong with that story. The general's not calling me, and that's not how things work. But I think storytelling is a very powerful method of communication. And as an industry, we are getting better at storytelling with data, but I don't think we've arrived all the way there yet. So as we continue to harness these tools, just better storytelling with data is really going to help communicate to mission leadership in a way that resonates with them. And Builder is a great system, but sometimes we've got to take the Builder outputs and use them in a way that might not be traditional and just shim the system in order to answer the mail for what leadership is asking for us. So let me take a breath and move to data sustainment real quick. Let's just assume that the F4 analysis hit the mark. I mean, that's a big assumption. Is the data in Builder that we got to those results, was it reliable? I don't know. And that's a big problem. And so, did we just recommend a project that wasn't real, and we took precious resources away from something else that was more critical? And so, we have a data sustainment challenge on our hands. And I think the answer is to fix the data sustainment challenge, because comprehensive reassessments are very expensive, and I don't know what the government is going to do. Are they going to do comprehensive assessments on a cyclical basis, or is the funding going to get stripped? And so I think what we're going to have to do is become data sustainment sharpshooters to be able to identify and correct data in a strategic way that you might not be able to do everything, because the data in Builder, there's different levels of criticality in it. The inventory is critical, but you can't reassess everything all the time. It's just too expensive. And so what do you sustain? What has the most value? And for me, at least from my perspective, the way that you answer that is you determine how you're going to use the system. If you're only going to use it for long-term financial planning, then the sustainment of Builder is going to be less. Because at the macro level, you can rely on the law of averages to come up with high-level financial projections. But if you want to use Builder in a tactical way for a variety of those tactical purposes, like identifying project requirements, identifying risk, integrating Builder with other systems of record, the data has to be accurate at the micro level or at the asset level, and that's just a challenge. So how do we prioritize what to maintain over time? And so my hope is that all of us here are in favor of using Builder at a tactical level, not just long-term planning, because there's a lot of things that we can do with the system. So we formulate a prioritization strategy. We analyze the database for what issues currently exist, and then we define where are those issues, what are those issues, and we get after it. And so I put together a sample prioritization strategy for the types of problems that we need to correct in the Builder database. And this one's very simplistic. They can become very complex. But this one basically says, if there's an issue in Builder that affects the work item cost and the time frame, it is a very high critical issue to correct. 2, if there's an issue in Builder that affects the work item cost or the time frame, one or the other, it's high. And then as you get lower down the scale, if there's things that affect comments and verbiage and photos, anything that does not feed into the Builder computations, it's just a lower priority. And so I define what types of issues and how do I rank them. And then I define what the issues are. And so over time, we, and like you have, you've come up with a method of quality control to analyze the data that you've collected before you turn it over to the government. We do the same thing. And so this is just a collection of some of the quality control checks that we've developed over time. And I've just categorized them by which ones have what priority, from very high all the way down to low. And then that would allow us to sharpshoot what to go after if there's a limited budget to correcting Builder data the second, third, fourth time around. And this is where a very robust quality control program can really help your organization to identify what to do, where to do it. And so you define a prioritization scheme, you define a way to analyze the builder database for issues, and then you just define where they are and start to get after them. And if you have a limited budget, you can rack and stack these issues on a 1 to N list and come at it from one of two ways. You can have a defined budget to see how far down these data issues you can correct, or you can define, I want to correct my very highs and my highs, how much will that cost? So you can kind of go at it from either direction. So before we close out here, and I know that we had an hour on the clock, and I spoke quickly, but there's just a couple more things that I'd like to say. But before Rigo gets back up, and if I could leave you with one thing, the thing that drives me, the thing that I think about all the time, the thing I won't shut up about, it really is, we need to be using Builder, not just for long-range financial planning, but the data in Builder is excellent. There is so much value in there, and so I don't want us to put all of this effort that all of you have put into this, and Ishmael orchestrated to get all of this data into Builder, and either one, not use it, or two, package it in ways that we're not really making a significant difference to the operations of the buildings. And so, Rigo, before you kick me off the stage, just one piece of unsolicited advice to anybody who might be new to Builder, junior in their career, and new to the data game. Find yourself a Rigo, somebody who understands. No, I'm serious. No. Find yourself the Rigo in your organization, somebody who understands the landscape of the problems that we face, somebody who knows how to bridge the tactical and strategic elements of operations. If you spend your time only focused on how do I data wrangle, you're not setting yourself up to move from data analyst to data strategist. And I think once you make it to the data strategist level, you can really start to solve some of these complex problems. And people are going to be knocking on your door for you to help them solve these. So, with that, I'll turn it over to Rigo. And so I don't know how many people recognize the song I played. I hope everybody raised their hands if I call for a vote. But that's the music I grew up with. So.
Right? I mean, how can you follow that? Jared and I have been working these problems for a very long time, and I think at the core of it, and he nailed it. We were talking earlier, just saying, we look at this group and think about where it was, 10 years ago, just from the amount of people that were touching any piece of it, let alone jumping into it. I remember talking to Julie Krebs on some SIA projects when we were like deep in quality control, just starting to try to figure out how do we start doing mass levels of quality control. How do we go do this? Man, how do we check all this? And we were just saying, man, it's amazing how we've got a wide spectrum of everybody in here, from those that have been touching it for a very long time to those that are just starting to touch it and starting to get it into their organizations or starting to use it. But like we said, a lot of the things that we bring, and I've done a good job of beating him down in a positive way, I think. Jared's always done a good job of being like, okay, what do you got for me now? And saying, okay, here's your challenge. Okay, we got to figure out how do we go collect this data, and ultimately it's not about the data, it's about the intent of the data and what we're trying to get to. So when you go pick it up, let's figure out, are we missing something that is going to be that missing element to the data story to be able to answer the decision? And so ultimately that's been our constant focus. And I think at the end of the day, when you think about it, what Jared's kind of demonstrated is the impact that Builder can have. And that if we can figure out how to harness all this data in a positive way, I think there's a lot of things that we can do that really, this group in here can make a massive difference inside of the decision-making process, to our, I say installations, but it's also all our campuses, so anybody that's using it, whether it be OBO, anybody like that, AOC, organizations like that that still want to use Builder. So beyond the challenges that Jared, mentioned, I threw these 3 things up here and just said, why is it so important, especially right now when we think about what are the challenges that are affecting us globally. And it really is that I think our mission requirements are outpacing our ability to sustain. Those that know me, those of you that know me will understand that I always talk about, we kind of got this weird dichotomy where on one hand, DOD and everybody wants us to move at a very fast pace to modernize and integrate new systems, new technologies, new equipment. However, we don't invest the same amount down to our base operations. So it creates a massive gap in capabilities and skills to be able, and that becomes sometimes part of the sustainment problem, is that our equipment is degrading not because it's bad equipment, but because we're pushing capabilities too far. So it doesn't mean that it's not fixable, but we need to fix it, right? The same thing with, the requirements across installations, they've changed. So we have massive installations with a lot of buildings, and we continue to get our 2% upgrade next year in funding, maybe. But the reality is that the requirements for all those installations have changed. But we haven't done a bottom-up analysis to understand what is it that I really need and don't need to be able to get by, And I think the last thing is just some of these real global challenges that we're seeing now, where it's not just a construction problem with being able to construct things, due to supply chain or construction indices, things like that. But heck, it's the same issue for us with replacing parts, getting critical spares. We nerd out sometimes and say, hey, listen. So part of my background is I'm economics background, and so I'm always thinking about, listen, if there's a massive hit to the petroleum economy, does that impact an installation? Well, in a weird way, it does, because petroleum also impacts belts for air handlers. So if all of a sudden the cost of belts go up, even by 2%, even by 2 times, right? So it's no longer $2, it's $4, but that cuts my inventory by half. So how do we start, so everything kind of goes back to that mentality of how do we use the data to get us to start thinking better about, we have existing constraints that aren't going to go away, but how do we get better at using the data to be able to target different spaces, missions, to make sure that at least those missions aren't at risk. So it really is that. With that, thank you again for having us. Really excited for this summit. Again, constantly see the growth of it. And when I walked in a little bit ago and I was like, man, there is no seats anywhere. That was awesome. So thank you again. Appreciate it.
Yeah, stay put.
Great presentation. You articulated in general terms a solution, which myself and my team have been also suggesting. So do you have a knowledge-based survey to help guide the garrison commanders in this prioritization process, or at the ID level? You know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, walking this down, we can come up with our recommendations, but we also need the garrisons to own this. So I believe there's going to be value in working through a survey to gather the knowledge and guide them in the prioritization process. And we've also known there's talk, I think at a level beyond all of us, about establishing an MDI for Army. That's just a starting point. Mm-hmm. But now we got to get into the critical component systems and component sections within the inventory. If we can do this focusing, I'm with you on resourcing this with our limited resources across the huge enterprise, the $750 billion square feet we have to manage at MCOM. And anyway, I guess my question is, how far have you guys gotten in the knowledge survey or the process survey to guide the prioritization steps that you're recommending?
Okay, big question. I don't have a standardized approach. It's more of a custom ad hoc analysis that we can do with individual installations to really meet their particular needs. And so if they're, I do like MDI. No, I don't want to lie to you. I've got a love-hate relationship with MDI. I think it is very valuable from a prioritization standpoint, but I don't know that sometimes the MDI values really indicate how critical a particular mission is. It might spit out that the fire stations and the jails and the police stations are the highest thing because they can't be moved easily and they're hard to replicate. And so I think there is MDI plus, in my opinion, to help us get to true identifying the criticality of the mission.
Start there, but we got to go way beyond that in terms of the garrison level priorities that they're facing.
Right. Right, and if I could add to what you're saying, it's exactly right. It really is going to take a collaborative effort with the garrison. It's got to be whoever owns the operation has to buy into it. And they've got to understand all the moving parts, of that solution. It can't just be, here's the data, therefore, boom, go. They never connect with it emotionally, never connect with understanding that that is real risk. So, but when you start to walk them through it and say, okay, here's how we got to treat this hangar. If this hangar gets treated as the most critical item in the entire universe, we're going to waste a lot of money. The only thing that really matters on that hangar is the motor that opens the door. That's it. So let's go figure out how we make sure that we balance the cost and say, treat that motor like the most important thing, and take a high operations and maintenance approach to it, but don't repair every little broken window on that hangar. It's not gonna hurt what's in it, but you gotta walk through that process. And so we actually do have a service, an approach and a framework that we've been working with other organizations to try to get them to understand what the requirements are, to be able to then say, okay, so if these are my requirements and this is where my facilities are, what does that then mean from what I need, from both a resourcing of money, people, et cetera, and then how do I convey that into a message that a senator can understand, because that's the real cartoon. That's right.
So I'll just say this. I know what I want to be when I grow up now. I want to be a data sharpshooter.
That's right.
There was one question from the online participants that was more for the audience. Is there any other agency or group that's using their builder data in a more tactical way? We hear a lot of headquarters strategic planning, getting deferred maintenance or getting FCIs, but who's using it for more maintenance and operations tactical use? Anybody?
George?
So this is very granular, but we have used our builder data to help inform our recommissioning, which our agency we have to do about, I think it's every 4 years or so. So that's actually helped us save a lot of time, especially when we didn't have good data from our as-builts, for example, in some of our older facilities. Now it's very granular, but that has definitely helped us accelerate some of our repairs, maintenance, and getting our facilities back up.
Any other questions from the room?
All right, thank you.
All right, we can take another 15-minute break and then come back for our last panel of the day.
good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kyle LeBlanc. I'm with Lockwood Answers in Newnham. We're a Texas-based firm, but offices nationwide.
Anthony Raffaelli with Jacobs.
Kermit Lewis with Pond and Company.
Go for it.
All right. Well, I'm first up, so I'm here to talk to you guys today about our a job that's still ongoing. It's wrapping up now with the Marine Corps Community Services, MCCS. What LAN and our parent company, Leo Daly, was hired to do was help the Marine Corps out with facility condition assessments of their billeting facilities, all with the trajectory of a rebranding effort. Got to go over to Virginia and visit the Marine Corps National Museum, so that was a really cool thing. When you're doing facility assessments and you have to travel and you have wife and kids, it's a little hard to get away sometimes, but my wife is a proud American like most of us are, and so when I told her I was going to Quantico, she said, do it for your country. So so that was my hall pass to get over and do some facility assessments and kind of lead the team. So I'll talk a little bit about the scope of work to start off with. Of course, these Marine Corps installations have big widespread facility inventories. But for our scope of work, we were looking specifically just at the 36 billeting facilities across the United States and in the Pacific. So total square footage, 1.3 million square feet. Not a huge scope of work for a facility assessment, but it was widespread. So a lot of different locations is where our teams had to go to. I mentioned our pilot assessment. That's one thing that was a great lesson learned for us, and I'll talk more about that when we get to the end of the slides here. But the way we accomplished this work was putting together four-person assessment teams, and we covered your typical facility assessment disciplines, the architectural, mechanical, structural, plumbing, and electrical, but we added in an element for that rebranding effort, and I'll talk more about that here in a minute. One of the big things with the Marine Corps was that as we got the contract and got the opportunity to go start looking at their facilities, we asked some of those initial questions, and we had an inkling that they had builder data, and it was important to ask that question early on because we knew that if they had that builder data, part of the refresh of that data, that refresh of the assessment was going to be a little bit more streamlined and not a lot of in-field quantity takeoffs. So that was an important step in the process. So overall, the entire goal, the whole impetus of the project was based on the fact that MCCS was beginning to assume ownership of these billeting facilities on these bases. So their leadership said, hey, before we take ownership, we got to know what we're getting into. And so that was the start and the reason why they brought in a team to do facility assessments on all of their bases, billeting facilities. What they were also seeing was that the folks who were getting the per diems, the Marines that had the option to either stay on base or off base, were using their per diem to stay off base. So when they were saying, okay, you're going out to Quantico, you're going out to Pendleton, they were looking for the hotels that were just off base, but they didn't want to stay in those facilities. So as you can see here on a couple of the pictures, this is what they would get if they did stay on base. A little bit cheaper, but the accommodations just weren't up to, or are not up to, some of the standards of some of the Marines that were deciding to stay off base. So this whole effort was and this whole rebranding effort has a trajectory of rebranding the entire system so that when the Marines are assigned to certain bases and they need to stay at a hotel, they know what they're getting. They know what they're getting. It's, hey, I'm going to stay at a La Quinta because I always know what I'm going to get at a La Quinta. The bed feels like this, the pillows are like that, and I get a 32-inch TV. So it was a mix of furniture, finishes, and equipment in each of those rooms. These are not two different hotels that are in this picture. These rooms are back to back to one another. So as you can see, there's a wide variety and a mix of the types of furniture, finishes, and equipment that are in that room. And basically, for lack of a better term, the Marine Corps on all these bases would just inherit a set of furniture, and they'd say, okay, well, we need furniture in this room or that room, and it was just a mix of furniture types. So prior to Leo Daly and LAN becoming involved in this project, the Marine Corps had HOK, the design firm, put together a set of brand standards. And so we used those brand standards and those guidelines and to help with our assessment work and to also help define the budgetary effort part of the work. And brand consistency across all locations. So the tip of the spear was the facility assessment. What do I have before I take ownership of these facilities? Once I do have that assessment, let's rack and stack, do some capital planning, and that's where the Marine Corps is now. And then that's going to lead into a design and construction phase for a rebranding effort for all of these facilities. So first I'll talk about the traditional uses of Builder. We had a mix of both traditional use and non-traditional uses. So what most of you are most likely familiar with is those traditional uses of Builder has your typical disciplines as part of your assessment work. It was architectural, electrical, fire protection, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, site, civil. And one of the great things, like I mentioned a few slides ago, was that we had existing Builder data. And what that told me right off the bat was, hey, I need to call Kurt and Paul over at Digon because I know that they can tap that Builder data. And that's going to save our teams a lot of time. It's going to save the Marine Corps a lot of time in paying somebody to go reassess the facilities. So a little bit of a learning lesson here. We started off our facility assessments on the CONUS locations, all of the United States contiguous locations with flow. We just finished up the facility assessment work at the Japan sites, Iwakuni and Okinawa, without flow. So there's an upgrade that happened to Builder. Flow is built off of that new upgrade, and the Marine Corps has not gone through that upgrade with the Builder yet. So we use bread files to do our Japan locations. And then last but not least here, great part of this work was the Digon custom report that came out of the Builder assessment. So we used that opportunity to then leverage and get to what we needed to get to for the non-traditional uses of Builder. So some of the non-traditional uses of Builder that we accomplished with this project was part of our scope of work were to tackle accessibility requirements, look at interior finishes, and then furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and operating supplies and equipment. So we took, I believe, what I would imagine being a one step further effort. Instead of just a reassessment, it was a reassessment plus the effort that it's going to take to do the rebranding. What was non-traditional about that is that, as many of you know, there were no custom systems for several of the FF&E type items that we were running into. We did lead with that pilot assessment, and we were quantifying things like lamps and how many beds and what types of beds there were and art on the walls, the things that you would see in a typical hotel room. And very quickly, what that pilot work helped us do and helped the Marine Corps redefine our scope right there in the middle of it was that we did not want to go to that level of detail and spend that kind of effort quantifying all of those different pieces of equipment and operating supplies in every one of their rooms and every one of their facilities. What the rebranding effort became was we have a requirement to rebrand, and we are going to rebrand in 44 rooms at Okinawa and 56 rooms at Quantico and we need to budget for just a complete refresh on all of those rooms. So that's where the post-processing with Diagon and the custom report came into play, where we added that element to our scope of work. So we input everything in Builder using Flow and bread files, and then we pulled that data out. Actually, Paul pulled that out because he was the only one who had a CAT card that could access the Builder data. And then once we kicked that data out of Builder, we were then able to go and put some of these custom systems in. So this is what those rooms are going to look like. This is just an example from those HOK brand standards. And what the Marine Corps was very specific. They didn't waver much on what they wanted, as you might expect from a Marine. What was really important here was that they required these branding items 6, 7, and 8 to be very specific and to be a very specific part of the scope of work that we were doing, so that we did know how much budget would be required for each one of these room types across that 1.3 million square feet of space. So yes, we did get this detailed down to the penny. It was required, and all of these room types were quantified. One of the branches of Leo Daly has a very focused interior design team, and so that interior design team, the trajectory is that they will use this data to help define what kind of artwork on the wall, what kind of couches in the living room space, kitchenette, et cetera, et cetera. So those were all very specific items, and then what we'll eventually hand over to our interior design team on the Leo Daly side are these specific quantities with these specific budgets. And then last but not least, your operating supplies and equipment, the pens and the papers in the hotel room that when you walk in, you can use. So the big lessons learned, big takeaways from us was that you definitely have to be able to access your Builder instance. What we learned early on is that we would not get Builder access unless we had a CAT card. So that was a learning experience for me, and luckily Paul had one in his wallet, and he was able to go down to Best Buy and get the CAT card reader to then plug into the computer and get us access to Builder. Our Marine Corps client was familiar with Builder. They knew they had Builder data, but they really weren't leveraging it to its fullest extent. And so when we came in and we said, hey, we can use that Builder data for this project, that's when their senses got heightened a little bit, and they were a little bit more keen and aware of getting into the system and updating the information with our assistants. Client consulting working relationship was really important. We had several data-related access hurdles that we had to jump over, and so it wasn't just client to consultant, but consultant to consultant as well. With Diagon's help and Paul's help, we were able to get access to those that Builder instance and navigate the system and get the client eventually what they needed. Another big learning lesson for us, again, I've already mentioned it here, was to leverage the existing Builder data so that we could navigate prior assessment work. So we did a little bit of what we call desktop review. So before we went out on site, we looked at building plans, we looked at Builder data, and we filled any holes that needed to be filled. Another point here to make is to make client accommodations for our specific scope of work. So we did go above and beyond what I thought what we were getting into at first with the level of detail that they required for their rebranding effort. And then spreadsheets and data. I'm a data nerd. I love spreadsheets. I love getting my hands dirty with them. And you got to know how to manipulate that information and data if you bring it out of that builder. And then last but not least here, to backfill that builder data for future use was super important part of this project. And lots of great lessons learned with the work we did there. So I'm sure we can turn it over to the next person to talk, or you can go next, Paul. Sure.
Hi, just the question is, the data that you got, just curious on what kind of deviation did you see from the cost that you provided for the interior finishes and the FF&E when the contracts were finally awarded? What kind of deviations did you see? I mean, did the cost match up with what the contract values came out at, or?
So we haven't gone through the step of actually getting contracts for the construction work yet. We've done that preliminary planning effort, and in anticipation of the astronomical inflation rates that we've seen, and also just planning for contingency. Those slides with the dollars and cents on them, we had to be the advisor for the Marine Corps to say, hey, we're like here in the planning process. Getting out to here is gonna take a little bit more than you realize in terms of planning some contingency for those for the long-term trajectory. This is a 7-year program, so
Okay.
Yeah, that was.
Thanks.
Anybody else before we move on to the other kind of more non-typical use of builder?
We have one over here.
Oh.
I can keep that data outside of the building, because it's not building related. And the FCI can change and the economical analysis of the building. That's not a building, this is a different type of funding. You're doing more for the quality work environment and updating that. How you keep that data separate from the FCI and the
There's a
BCI?
there's a spreadsheet on our network and now on the Marine Corps network that has that. And we did that facility condition index BCI calculation for them outside of builder on the spreadsheet to show them, hey, your builder FCI, BCI says this in builder, but with that additional FF&E and OS&E and accessibility items, this is what it is escalated to.
All right, ready to jump in?
Perfect. So my example doesn't have anything to do with DoD. The Metro Washington Airport Authority hired us to go out and implement an enterprise asset management plan. So with that, Builder's just one piece of the pie. So in 2018, for Reagan and Dulles airports that are owned by MWA, they did a pilot assessment, and then in 2020, they started what was going to be a 5 to 7 year program to fully implement an enterprise asset management program with hope to take into account best practices from the Institute of Asset Management. And their goal overall, what's that final thing that I want out of Builder is to inform facility and infrastructure investment decisions. So with that, Builder's one piece of that. We also did a completely separate assessment that was a asset management maturity assessment to see where they are overall with how they run their buildings and how mature is their asset management program versus are you just using your maintenance management system to figure out what needs to be fixed every day. With that, actually working with Digon as well, they're hosting on their servers and also using APIs and different data points to connect Maximo, Builder, Workday, which is their financial management system, GIS. So they're not trying to update 4 separate systems to become redundant work to then not have funds or time to make changes. So with that, also in their Builder instance, unlike what we've seen traditionally, they are putting some process equipment in there and including it as part of the facility. So passenger boarding bridges at Reagan and Dulles are very important to their operations, to getting people on and off aircraft. They want that in Builder, but it's not going to be a traditional contractor that goes out there and just does an FCA That's all assessments and inventory and asset data they have from other systems. At this point, it is going to be a manual, type it in, create new inventory catalog items to be able to get it into the system. They know the degradation curves, how long those PBBs should last. Same with their baggage handling equipment, something that's more important to their operation, but it's not part of the facility. But right now, it is going into the building. They're focused more on the BCI than the FCI. And also with that, one of the things they're doing is there is a lot of white noise that comes out of Builder when you have a work plan. That's great. You say I need billions of dollars worth of work. I'm never gonna repair my branch wiring in the wall. It's not so they have done a lot of work to refine their work plan so that what comes out is actually actionable. They have a lot of tenants or buildings that they lease out to other agencies or Boeing or whatnot. So with it, they're also using this to help inform, when your lease ends, I want my building back in like condition of what I gave it to you as. So they like having photo documentation and historical analysis, which some of that is outside of Builder at this point, but to see what buildings used to look like, and then for Builder to project out, well, everything's degraded. I understand it's working today, but you're gonna give me the building tomorrow, and now I have a $10 million bill because something just broke. So being able to plan for that and make sure they get all of that taken care of before they take ownership back. What else? They also are including parking lots as their own buildings, some airfield pavements. Yes, there's paver, but they're using it in Builder and giving it its own facility number and trying to maintain it and have multiple sections and breaking it out and mapping it out so you can have aerial imagery within Builder, attaching it as a photo so that way you can see which sections are here, when did we replace it, when should we plan future work for pavements, and then if it's sidewalks or other things that are site assets specific to a building, having that assigned with the building. With that, it's a very detailed approach, and every building and every project's different. So not only did they do a pilot assessment, we've done 4 calibration assessments, so 4 different calibration efforts, and that's only 890,000 square feet we've done so far of their overall 15 million square feet portfolio across the 2 sites. So they execute on a by building or by area basis, so that way you know, hey, these are all leased facilities and we're gonna manage them as one thing, or have lots of complexes because depending on funding sources, they wanna be able to pull it out differently. They capture abandoned in place assets because it's tracked in other systems and they can't remove it even though they don't want work, but they also don't want Builder to plan work for it. So using the work plan to make sure that stuff doesn't come out as a work item. So it's a lot of that, so lots of task orders, and then with it, with all of this, no matter what we do with calculations, something will come out and it'll say the BCI is amber and you say the building's great, or hey, this one system is horrible, but it's based on the age, but their maintenance systems, they take such good care of their facilities. We do a lot of written narratives like you would in a traditional FCA to provide reports by building instead of overall Reagan or overall Dulles. Somebody walked the building, here's typical photos of everything you'd see per system and why we agree or disagree right out the gate with whatever condition index came out. Because they're taking those reports to request funding and they want that at hand versus coming back to a contractor or having a data mine in Excel reports later on. Kurt, anything to add in regards to data migration or integration between all their different systems?
Yeah, I was going to say the exciting thing from our perspective is also to be involved since the beginning and make sure that their Maximo does work right with Builder, and it is truly a put it in once and it updates everywhere. They do have a very detailed GIS schema, so facilities down to room levels. So making sure that we have sections that align to a proper shapefile. But, you know, we've all talked about federal facilities in the room for a long time and realized that the whole point of the tech transfer office is to get this out into the public sector. So for us to have a showcase project where we have a non-federal agency, an airport that uses it with integration of a CMMS, with a good GIS, with planning and connection to their financial module, is going to be exciting just to take to an IFMA conference and say, look, there is this thing out there that you could use that is a little bit different than other software in place. So we're trying to be as flexible as can be with the catalog changes. At times, they're taking on other more utility elements than you'd expect in Builder, but anything can be added as long as you know the service life and the cost, and you have access to the database. We can be responsive. There's a question in the back.
Yes, was there any FAA grant money available to implement this?
I do not know the answer to that, sorry. I'm not sure. I don't believe it was grant money that went towards it, and it's through MWA, not the FAA, so their funding streams are a little more difficult, so I don't know.
Thank you.
I'm also an IAM member, so thank you. First one I've seen today. Quick question on, you talked about the calibration, you had 4 calibration efforts. Was that due to the API functions of the systems talking to one another? Or is it just because of the discussions with your client and having to retweak some of the assumptions that they had at the beginning?
So a lot of their assessment guide was built initially off of the Army's inventory and assessment guide and determining what decisions we're making on what we're collecting, or you're choosing to inspect something or let something age-based. How is that then affecting my work plan, my degradation curves, and making adjustments off of that? So it wasn't based on the API, but it was what business rules do we want to take into account, which do we want to go away. So a good example was not assessing assets that should be age-based that we wouldn't want to plan work. Unless we do want to plan work because there's a deficiency, we see something's broken, no longer age-base it and use the work plan to make sure work comes out. But there is a capability within Builder to try to say if you didn't inspect something, it won't plan work for it.
I don't want to ask this, but how the new ESMS system concept is going to affect you?
It'll be 5 to 10 years after it goes to DOD, so I do not know.
Well, the one thing I'll say is that our Spire data integration tool set that we're going to be hopefully using for their Maximo integration, and all of our tools use a single pipe for that API. So while we have 5 different products, it all goes through one pipe. So when the enterprise comes out, when we get the beta and API documentation, we rewrite the logic to use the better, faster, improved APIs, and then all of our background apps still work. Yusuf, wherever he is, he's going to come after me if my Spire API changes, because within the, and I say there's 5 different CMSs that are all using one interface. So behind us, the builder to us is going to change, but from the Spire to the end client, shouldn't have to. It's going to be the same data models that are available. If anything, we're just going to add more capabilities. How cool would it be to have a catalog or a user endpoint? Hey, somebody's officially fired. Our single sign-on solution tells us that they're no longer an employee. That could trigger an API call to say deactivate that user right now. These are the kind of things we're excited about, but we shouldn't necessarily need a full rewrite, just a little tweak. Any other questions on MWA? We got a microphone come due.
Talking from a person that is a little bit familiar with Reagan Airport, and that there's 3 major sections. There's the south section, the middle section, which is the historic section, and the north section, which had a bunch of, it's got some old parts to it, but some new parts also. Is the historic section going to go back in operation, or is that part that they're not doing any maintenance on? Because I mean, I haven't seen a plane at those 4 middle gates in 20 years.
Yeah, and that would be something for, like I said, this is a 5 to 7 year program, so that's not currently included in the assessment portion, that historical things they're really focused. So the next one is going to be next month, and it's one of the terminals. I forget which terminal it is, whether it's Reagan or, but I mean, you bring up a good point. I mean, a 1 million square foot building that has multiple spots, and in their GIS, they do break it down by room. And you won't have that in drawings, but trying to do your section naming to align with your GIS to have it all talk later on So there's a lot of time spent in pre-walks of sites, and it's not something that you send 6 teams out to go knock out 1 million square feet in a week. It's something that it's, the less people that touch it, the better. And the more that the client is with us and giving us that historical data and what's leased, trying to work all of that out. But
From
that-
some early discussions, I'm not familiar with the specific terminals numbers, but they did say in their master planning, they want the data to back up what they're telling leadership. So this FCA, once they get all their standards set and their implementation, is to sell some ideas. Like, hey, we know what we want to do. We really want the data to help back it up that, hey, do we really want to continue to throw money at this? Or do we want to build and expand somewhere else? So they didn't let on to me what their master plan is, but I know that there is one.
See, and the other crazy part about that is with security and TSA, the whole flow in the main terminal changed.
Yeah.
From having, and so there's, every time you go there, it's a change. I mean, like, gates above 32, or that's all brand new in the last 2 years. And they're doing the same thing, it looks like, on the south side now. And so keeping the assessments and the data concurrent with all the flux that place is in is gonna be kind of crazy.
It's probably going to inform their rollout schedule. They might have been pausing because there's so much churn. They need to know that this is stable for long enough to take use of the data. All right.
It's me?
It's you.
Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a program that we created with Diagon. It's a roof asset management program. We call it PRAMP for Pond Ramp. We played with the name a little bit, but PRAMP won't get us sued, won't get anybody, won't offend anybody. So we stuck with that. And the way that this came about was one of our clients, GSA. I was in my office, and the non-DOD program manager runs down, and he's like, "Dude, I need you to hear something." And I run to his office, and there's a guy on Teams, and the guy is telling us that he's getting a lot of reports, a lot of roof asset management reports. And the reports are, 300 pages of words with 5, 6 core samples, pictures of core samples, and he can't give that to leadership to get the funding that he needs. So he said, I'm writing a scope of work, and the scope of work is going to have, basically I want someone to inventory, section, assess, and rate the roof as a whole, so you get one cost for the entire roof, and then in sections, based on, and he said, based on roofers' guidelines, so 10,000 square foot sections. He said, I want a CAD file. I want it as a CAD file, and I want it as a PDF. I want it to locate every distress, and I want those distresses to be in the document also. So I want someone to be able to look at the document and then go straight to the CAD file and find that distress. In addition, he wanted cost estimates. And finally, on a few of these buildings, he wanted a 3D model. So he's talking, and at the end he says, "Can you guys do this?" And I'm pretty optimistic, so I was like, "Of course we can." And then I called the only person that's more optimistic than me. I called Paul. And I told Paul exactly what he wanted, and I said, "I know a lot of these things are not in your wheelhouse, but we can handle them." And what Paul said was, theoretically, we can do it all. We just need to know what you need in the program, and theoretically, we can do it all. So we waited a few months because first we had to prove the concept to the client. And what we did was we started to work with Paul and Kurt, and we started to build a diagram of what we needed to make this PRAMP, or the RAMP program work. And what we needed was, we needed to identify all of the roof distresses. So we needed to identify flashing distresses specifically. We also needed the shingle distresses. We needed to add the roof section identification. So what we normally do for a builder assessment for a roof, we basically needed to put that on steroids and treat the roof like it was like it's a building. And we did that. We had to do the very same thing for the envelope. But we included the structural drainage information, the insulation, and the membrane information. They were very specific about the type of flashings that they wanted to capture. And so we gave Diagon a list of everything that they wanted, and they came back with a program. And we tested the program, and we gave the client a copy of the report, and he said, yes, this is what we want. So he gave us a chance to prove the concept on three locations in New Orleans. So we went out. We went out with a drone. And the reason that we went out with the drone was, first, our safety manager would not let us climb the ladders or anything like that. Second, it's expensive to get people out there with the safety gear, sometimes lifts, things like that, to inspect the exterior enclosure. So what we did was we used the youth and talent in our office, and we used the tower technology to go out and to assess the roof. So our certified remote pilot, Brian Bickham, he flew the drone, and Diagon set it up so that as we flew the drone, if we had the software on the tablet, the pictures and the video from the drone would be stored directly on the flow tablet. So we didn't have to search around. We didn't have to move data from a disk to the hard drive. Everything was on the flow tablet. So we flew the drone. We collected all of the data. Everything's on the flow tablet. Now all we have to do is enter the data. Now, because we were moving quickly, we didn't have a lot of time, we had to use the builder distresses to basically explain what we were seeing on the roof, okay? So we used the closest builder distress to explain what we were seeing so that we could get a cost and then we could get a rating. But in our comments, we listed all of the roofing distresses and where they were, and we correlated that with a CAD file, right? So in the end, we had the printout from Diagon's custom reports. We had a custom report from Diagon that showed the first 5 pages was an executive summary, and that was just for leadership. So the report was broken into 2 sections. The executive summary was just for leadership. It showed the FCIs for all of the sections. It showed the cost of replacing the entire roof, and then the cost for replacing the 10,000 square foot sections. It gave you the year and all of the background for the facility, and it just gave a basic list of work items, okay? And that was for leadership. So he took that to his leadership, and for our last report, he took that to leadership, and within 3 days, they had an okay to replace not just the section of roof that they were looking at, but the entire roof. It was a really old roof. There was rocks on top of the roof. That was something that we weren't quite used to. But in New Orleans, these really old facilities, they have rocks on top of the roof because in the 1800s, well, this building was from 1901, but so the early 1900s, the trains used to come by and they were powered by coal, and the embers from the coal would land on the roof and cause a fire. So there were rocks on top of all of the rooftops. So we had to figure out how to include all of that in our assessment because the cost of getting those rocks off the roof and putting something new up there, all of that had to be included in the price. And we found a way to do that. The second half of the report was just for the contractor that was going to fix the roof. The second half of the report included all of the work items. It included pictures of exactly where the distresses were, and we had thousands of pictures because we didn't have people up there taking pictures. We had a drone, and that drone Brian flew a certain path, and he took pictures of every single inch of that roof. And if you're here tomorrow, you'll get to see an example where he could be 10, 20, 30, 40 feet above the roof, zoom in 7 times, and you can see the seams in the membrane. So we had thousands of pictures to show them or to prove what we were seeing. Nobody questioned the distresses, but the important part, the most important part was that we had all of the roofing distresses, and that's something that Richard is working on putting in Builder now that we have time. We're going to have the roofing distresses in Builder in a drop-down box so that we can just select those, and they will come up on the report, and we can write comments just like we would for anything else. So we did that, and we used, of course, the UAS. We call it a UAS internally because we called it a drone once at an installation, and this guy looks at us like, drones are weaponized. No. So we call it an unmanned aerial system because he's right, drones are weaponized. So we use that. We use a 3D LiDAR scanner, a handheld scanner, and we scan the roof because one of the things that we don't look at in Builder, but it's very important when you're doing a roof assessment is everything draining right? And we know that it's not draining right when we have a lot of pooling, and there was a lot of pooling. So we use a handheld LiDAR scanner, and we created a surface, and you can see where how the roof was sloped, how the slope had changed over the years, and where the pooling was. Thermal cameras. We use thermal cameras. That will show you, it's obvious where the moisture is. Sometimes you walk on a certain part of the roof and when water comes out, there's moisture there. But there's other parts where it's not as clear. You can see that there's a tear in the roof and you want to check it. You can use a thermal camera or you can use a moisture meter. That's another thing that we use, and that's different from Builder. And there's shin gauges. Basically for shingles, but I haven't seen any shingles yet. So our deliverable was, in fact, we did create a 3D model from the handheld LiDAR scanner, and now we can create it from the drone as well. We gave them the reports with all of the distresses. We gave them the executive summary. It worked on the facility that they wanted it to work on the most. As a matter of fact, the first 2 facilities, we didn't know, but it was just a test facility to make sure that we got the 3rd facility right. So, and to get funding that quickly, we really got it right. But we gave them a prioritized work plan. So we didn't just give them all of the work items. Based on what we saw when we were on the roof, we prioritized the work plan so that they could address the most important things first. All right, so in some areas, South Louisiana during the summer, it rains every day. So we were able to see where water was coming in from the outside, and we were able to find where that water was entering the facility. Well, some of the advantages of that drone was there was a leak in one of the facilities that they had been looking for years. And this building was built in 1901, so when the inside, when the sheetrock gets wet, it doesn't, there's no moisture, debris, contamination. It starts to mushroom out from the wall. And it created like this mushroom effect. And it was getting larger and larger, and it was moving further down the hall. And Brian was up with the drone, not very long, and he found the hole. And it was actually a pretty big hole. But the reason that they couldn't find it is because when you stand and you're looking at the roof, it was a terracotta roof. When you're standing, you're looking at the roof, it was actually right here. There was a large hole right in front of them that they couldn't see. Therefore, they didn't find it for years, but we found it right away. So that was something that was good because it was causing problems in other parts of the facility. Lessons learned, there were a lot of lessons learned. And once I got up here, I remembered others. When you're doing a ramp compared to a builder assessment, with a builder assessment, you're on the roof and you go up there, you do what you have to do, but you're not up there for 6, 8, 10 hours. With a roof assessment, you're on the roof for a very long time. So in South Louisiana, in New Orleans, we had to start early. We had to start at 7, but we had to end every day at 12 because the temperatures were just too high. It wasn't safe. And even stopping at 12, we had some people to get sick from the heat. We had all of the necessary safety precautions, water, Gatorade. It was something that Brian bought basically as a liquid IV. We're laughing, but it was actually needed. It made him feel better, so that worked. But you want to take temperature, the weather into consideration. You want to realize where you are. We know that at 1 o'clock every day during the summer in New Orleans, the thunderstorms are going to come, okay? There will be lightning. So we stopped at 12 every day. Not just because of the heat, but because of the thunderstorms. Now, the thunderstorms will stop, but it will only get hotter after that. So every day at 12, we stop. In addition to that, when we first spoke with Kurt and Paul, we only asked for the roof system and the exterior enclosure, okay? And that was because when we read the GSA's report, that was all that was included in the report. But as we got started with Builder, we realized that we also needed plumbing because you have the drains on the roof, okay? And then we realized that our investigations took us inside the building, and we had to include the interior finishes. Because if you want to do a comprehensive assessment, you need these systems. So in the end, as we progressed, we asked Richard to add more and more systems to the program, and that really helped us. We added the superstructure because the superstructure was damaged at least one site. Plumbing, as I said, interior finishes. We have the facility condition index in Builder. But when we're talking about the roof, they don't care about the facility condition index. They want the flashing condition index, the membrane condition index, and there's one, the roofing, nope, that's not, yeah, the roof condition index. So basically, we took the results of Builder, and we had to, we basically calculated those indexes based on what we were able to get out of Builder, and that was awesome for him. We did that, and one of the important things was we used the builder distresses, and we're adding the roofer distresses, but when we look at it, really, it's just semantics. For a lot of them, it's pretty much the same thing. I mean, we may add that so that we can write about the different flashing distresses because that's what they need to see. That's what the person that's going to fix the roof needs to see, but it's not really needed. We don't need a change in Builder to give those components, those sections a rating. Everything was there. Another thing that I would say is we went and, of course, we want to make sure that we know exactly what roofer provided because roofer is what that's what he referenced. And Danny, I forget his last name, but he did some work on roofer, and it's on the SUR website. We read that, but I found an old copy of Roofer, and it actually told you how to use Roofer, and then it went into the actual Roofer guidelines. And I would say that because technology is different now, I would say don't recreate the current standard. I think it might be time to set a new standard when it comes to Roofer, because we can. And with that, I'll take questions.
You answered my 2 questions that I got.
I answered them? That's pretty good.
Roof inspection costs more than building.
Oh, yes, because with the roof inspection,
The drones.
yeah, well, especially when you use the drones.
And now the second question was, why you didn't use roofer? You already answered that.
Yeah, so with this project, one thing that we found is, okay, when you go in with builder, you're assessing a roof, you might have different sections. When you go in with roofer and you're assessing a roof, first of all, you can't have a section that's more than 10,000 square feet. Second of all, as they repair their roof, they repair their rooftops in sections. So every part of the roof is a different year, okay? And then you have the penthouses. You have the penthouses north, south, east, and west. All of those things are different. So we had way more sections. And then when you take into consideration the exterior enclosure, most of the time we're on the ground with some binoculars and we're looking up. So, you know, you have north, south, east, and west. But when you're using a drone, you have north, floor 1, floor 2, floor 3, floor 4. You know, and then it's south, east, and west, the same thing. And then you have the same thing on the penthouses. So you create so many sections that you actually end up with a decent-sized report. But the most important part of that report is that executive summary for leadership, the ratings, the stresses, and cost for the contractor, along with the CAD floor plan. And because they asked for a 3D model, we were trying to sell them on just a Revit floor plan. Because we created the 3D model in Revit, we had to export it as a CAD file. But we tried to sell Revit, but everything, they wanted everything as CAD, which is no problem. Revit is just quicker. It's just more powerful. But the 3D model was beautiful. We couldn't get that without the drone and the LiDAR scanner. And as I see it, we did spend more time on the exterior enclosure and the roof, but when we send someone out in the field, we have one person that's just looking at the exterior enclosure. That person, if they have the drone, they can do their job much more efficiently and probably quicker than we do in the field. Because in the field, you're taking pictures. You don't have to do that. The drone's going to take your pictures and download everything into the system. All you have to do is set up everything to do your rating. So you do your rating and you can upload your pictures later. And you can pick which pictures you want to upload. And in the end, we actually send all of the pictures to the customer. So they have thousands of pictures of their facility. So anything that they want to show their supervisors or they can.
Is anybody still using Roofer in the room? Matt, is there a... So this is our second project that we've been involved with where we use Builder exclusively for roofs. And it is just a different output and a different catalog manipulation, but the planning algorithms and the rating seems to work well. Matt and Mike, is there any desire or any thought to do a roof-specific enterprise module, or is it still just going to be part of Builder?
Yeah, so the intent is to include roofs as a part of the buildings domain within ESMS, and then migrating over the roofer assessment as a new assessment type. So this morning when we were talking about functionality assessments and direct ratings and distress surveys and potential drone input type or UAS type inspections, this is kind of in that same family of including that roofer inspection as a new inspection type for those buildings. So, yeah, probably some kinks to work out with that as it migrates over, but that's how we want to cover those roofer inspections.
Any other questions? All right. Well, I'm going to talk about a housing project that's a little bit different. While the Marine Corps project was incorporating kind of non-traditional information into the primary database, these projects are more kind of isolated builder instances for a specific use. We had a project to do a housing inspection for 1,500 homes. This was attached to a contract changeover of the military housing maintenance contractor. They said, hey, if we're going to come in and maintain all these homes, we want to do an inspection. And the government also wanted to say, we want these to be tagged, and we also want it to be loaded into Maximo. That was a pivotal requirement of the assessment, is that it populate their government Maximo. So this was a new approach. We've been around this builder community for a long time, but homes where you have families and children, this is a whole different space. So we really did need to take a different approach to this and say, we're going to go in teams of 2, not necessarily because it's that intense of an inventory or inspection, but also for liability purposes and for safety. We're going to make sure we have that level of security, that there's never a he said, she said moment. We're also had each assessor document who was their escort, who kind of let them in the house, when they came in, when they came out, and any life safety issues at the time that they walked out of the house. So we kept a checklist. They had a digital camera with them and took a picture after every home that recorded these things. So we always had that traceability, just to be with an abundance of care. We actually brought in a home inspection expert as well to help us refine the catalog. You hear that all of these kind of non-traditional elements of uniformat means that you should probably take a look at what are you gathering, how is it costing, is there any parametrics that can really help streamline the effort? We also took a look at how we commented on things. Whenever an inspection is going on, you are interrupting the mission, so you want to be as efficient as possible. But we felt as though in the space of a personal property home, it was even more so. So we said we're going to streamline the comment structure and look at a lot of things we can do for parametrics to make sure that we spend as least time interrupting the flow of the family as possible. So we combined different types of walls. We combined different types of roofs. Luckily, this was an environment where, in Guam, there is one construction type that is used throughout. There is no heaters in Guam. There is no heat generation. They don't need it. So we were able to really get it down to only 104 section types. So for the person that's using our assessment tool set, the drop downs didn't require a whole lot of sorting and filtering, and it also allowed us to train these people to go in there and always make sure that they were gathering the right level of detail quickly. You didn't have to train them on 5,000 different section types. Sorry, Julie, but 100. Actually, I think it's like 8,000 now, right? Yes. More than 11,000 section types. All right. We did build an assessment guide. We wanted to make sure that we're going to do it the right way and have an approach that we could give to the government and say, hey, this is what we're gathering to this level of detail. Do you approve it? And this was a unique situation because they weren't necessarily builder people. They didn't really care about builder. They really just wanted an inspection in Maximo. So actually trained and sat down with both the Anderson and Naval Base Guam teams and just kind of walked through the basics of why we're using this tool and how it's going to help them. And sadly, I think we got more work than we signed up to do. Custom reports, I think, come up often in a non-traditional use of builder because while the Searle team has designed a lot of great quality control reports and final reports that are looking for massive installations and lots of facilities. Sometimes if it's an airport and it's like, well, I don't have 50 buildings or 500 buildings. I'm looking at one hangar within one building. doing the work to customize the output really helps. So let me see if I can actually pull this up. Oops. All right. So in our custom report design, I like pretty pictures. So if you've seen any of our site reports, you're going to see some elements that are consistent, a hero photo. This is loaded at the complex level. For the housing environment, the site wasn't the big deal. It was neighborhoods. Neighborhoods had clusters of all the same kind of construction. We had typically 5 different floor plans per neighborhood, and you would have 50 to 100 homes built using those same floor plans. Luckily, in the scope, those floor plans were all provided. So we were able to do takeoffs ahead of time to speed the data entry. We didn't have to measure a bedroom or a bathroom when we had the floor plan. And then we had templates that we could say, this is the C03S10, put that into Builder so that on the customer port, at the complex level, we say, here are the 5 different floor plans that are available. And then when we get down to the building, we say, hey, this is also a facility picture from the front, and it's using this floor plan ID. So just from a PDF printout, you can see this is my conditions that I'm used to seeing, this is my work that I'm used to seeing, but also an inspection photo that's just our problem areas. This is a little bit zoomed out, but mostly it was HVAC that really came up over and over again. When you have underpowered electricity, machines die quickly, especially in a high humid, high load environment. So I think just getting people used to understanding that you don't necessarily need to just rely on, this is the base catalog. When I do training, I've actually heard people say, ships are just floating buildings. Can I put ships into Builder? I'm like, well, there's really nothing stopping you, but what I would say is you need to really work on your catalog first, because there's no hull. But this is why I'm excited about the ESMS model, and sorry for the advancing, but if you have the right catalog of stuff, you have the right cost, you have the right design life, and you have an inspection methodology, any asset that you need to be able to inspect and plan for and manage does fit this world. I think this is an exciting time for just asset management in general, to be able to say, hey, we can do homes, we can do airports, we can do buildings, we can do hotels. If it's something that you need to get your arms around, a big problem, and you have the ability to tweak the output to a specific audience and tweak the catalog to just gather what you want, it can be your own. For lessons learned, oh man, scheduling. I've never been that Home Depot guy that's trying to make an appointment to install your sink, but all of a sudden my complaints about, you're saying that sometime between May and March you're gonna come and install something, right? Thanks, that's helpful. Oh, you're canceling because you pretended to knock on the door. But we were in an environment where we expected, like a normal builder assessment, you would just sweep through a neighborhood, knock on one door, move on to the next, and there would be escorts and just knock. They would not allow us to inspect any homes without the tenant being there. Wow. So that meant you had to call and recall and email every tenant, and just in EMH trying to make sure you had the right numbers for who actually is staying there. So Enterprise Military Housing has a database of users and different tenants. They would call, set up appointments. The team that was setting up the appointments didn't necessarily know what we were doing, so they would say, go to this unit in Upper Palms, and then go to this unit in North Topalo 2 minutes later. And that requires you to get out of the base, go through security again, and you can't actually finish the home because there's multiple units in the same home. So, yes, scheduling, when you're dealing with humans, and especially in a culture where they say, you can't go in there without my permission and while I'm watching, We have the government that's saying, get it all done, and we have the tenant saying, stay out of my home. Yeah. Funny story though, like some of the environments you walk into, the dogs are funny, or we had ladies that would just offer the assessors cookies and candy. They wanted to, treat them nicely. We had kids wearing VR headsets, swinging wildly, trying to walk around the hallways without getting hit by a VR headset. Yeah. So while the government and EMH really thinks about units because it's soldier and family, Maximo and Builder thinks about the facility. So making these data elements talk and schedule was actually more involved than we expected, and you really can't wrap up a building as done until all the units in that facility has been done. So we changed our sectioning. We did a first trip. It is not inexpensive or easy to get to Guam. It's a long flight, so we had to go out there for a month to gather a lot of information, come back, recalibrate, readjust our sectioning guidance, and then come out and hit it hard with even more people. So at least that worked. And I would say if you have an opportunity to do this type of work, make sure to have very clear expectations on how to handle no-shows and that, because right now we're in the, well, we want you to finish. We're home. We actually have 2 people that are staying there, but they were really supposed to be staying there in the data sustainment model, not assessor role. But because these people would not answer the phone and would not allow us to schedule when we had the major assessment team, now I have data analysts picking up our tablets and going in and doing these onesie-twosies just to get to 100%. So make sure that you have a clear expectation as far as what does it mean to be done. If I've emailed 3 times and called 4 times and I've had 2 missed appointments, can we call that done until they leave? What is reasonable? So I never, we're yes men. We want to be, nice. So yeah, we want to do it all, but sometimes you have to be able to say this is reasonable effort to say that this is a facility that's we're going to use templated data, load it based upon what we've seen at other homes like it. The floor plan's the same. It's the same year. We should be able to get close enough to be good. The next steps, where we're at right now, and this is meant to be intimidating on purpose, is the load into Maximo. So because we're still polishing those last homes that have been holdouts, we have to wrap up a neighborhood. But the Maximo environment that we're trying to import in has a flat file spec. And so we've done 3 loops of test data of here's one facility, run it through your import engine. You may not be able to see it, but these are pipes or bangs, depending upon your background. It's a pipe delimited file. If it's not formatted right, the data does not look right. And we need to make sure that it goes into the right location. So we have an equipment ID, the asset tag that we put on the piece of equipment, as well as the uniformat classification, down to the cost that came out of Builder. So this export into Maximo came directly from our Builder QA report with just a script run on it. So we run our QA report that many of you have seen and worked with that gives you kind of an everything. We ran a modification to just put that into a pipe format that Maximo will accept, understand what the difference is between RIPE, CIMU, or both, learn those kind of nuances, and provide that file. This is going to give the housing team for the first time a new view of how to manage their assets. And then the next piece is the maintenance team that we are a subcontractor to has a contracted requirement to say we re-inspect every year. This is a home. There's a lot of tenant changeover. People get redeployed. So we are looking for, as efficient as possible, a process that we take the re-inspection forms that they have to fill out when there's a tenant changeover and have an inspection update for Builder and a desktop sustainment model such that we don't need to try to pay to send 16 people across the globe again. So with a high changeover and an involved maintenance group that is using Maximo from a data load that we populated, there should be a nice clear method for 1-year sustainment. And then hopefully the recompete goes and we get to stay around for a long time. But, yeah. So don't let just because your environment with builder is one thing. We've talked to, HOA organizations that have been interested in something like this from an asset management. You have lots of people that are buying real estate in amazing quantities, but have no ability to predict their costs in the future. We can stand up a builder instance, do a standardized or templated assessment. We tried to get in front of Circle K. They have like 3 different building types. Sadly, Circle K deploys every air conditioner and every mechanical and electrical element to expire every 20 years, and then they just scrape the building clean, start over. They don't sustain anything. They just make them disposable. So if you are in a sustainment environment, builder works. If they don't sustain, it's a hard pitch. Any questions for anybody here that's worked on a?
You didn't use the template? You had the floor plans? Did you use the template when you doing the inspection in the floor plan? Because there are 5 types on the template, and then you validate when you do the inspections?
So we didn't use the templates per se that the feature in Builder, but we did templatize our imports. Because we have Spire, which allows us to bulk load inventory, for every floor plan, Jocelyn was actually the lead of this effort. She spent late nights going through the takeoffs, getting the quantities ahead of time, and then bulk loading the assets that we expected to be in that home before we ever got in there. The one unfortunate element is that the drawings are not even always right. What you think is there's only 4 floor plans, how are 3 of them wrong? It still happens. Or there's miscategorization. In their real property, they said this is C3, B10, but it's been a part of the renovation that makes it a B3. So we had to do some responsiveness on the fly, and that almost took longer to be able to adjust than to just gather it fresh. But we did templatize our data loads. I wish we had done that earlier. It would have been much more streamlined in the field had we had all this stuff ahead of time. The challenges with scheduling, we came in with a plan to do a neighborhood, and they said, do these. So, yes. Excellent. Well, is there anything from a non-traditional usage that you're exploring in the audience that you think would be something that the audience would like to hear from? Because I know, these are projects we knew about that were not just typical federal real property. What else? Anybody thought of? I know that there's an initiative to play with some personal property and process equipment.
I don't have any. I have a question, though.
Yeah.
Has anybody
Shocking.
been evaluated the opportunity to assess statutes and monuments?
I saw a scope for that, but I didn't actually follow up. I don't know where that went. For the monuments and statues. Again, if you can build me a catalog of marble, brass, steel,
So-
M1 Abrams planes.
The roof, one of the rooftops had statues on all 4 corners, and you'll get to see them tomorrow. And there's elements of the statues that we actually have in Builder. But then there's parts of the statues that we don't. And the statues, what we learned was that every, I think he said 15 years, they remove the statues, send them back to the person that made them, get them refurbished, and put them back on top. But the statue itself is a part of the roof. So if the statue's leaking, then water is actually will penetrate into the building. But the base of the statue was actually like a copper, copper gutter. Am I correct, Brian? A copper gutter. So there's statues on a building, we've looked at that, but as like the one of Teddy out here, we haven't looked at those.
Yeah, again, it just needs a catalog. It just needs someone to do the work to say, this is how we can manage the life cycle of a marble bust, or you name it.
And I would say that DLA does do that in their builder assessments. So if they own an entire site, they'll do their running track, they'll do monuments, area lighting, flag poles. I don't know if those design lives are great or not, but that is all captured in DLA's instance of builders. Do they? Okay.
I'm sorry?
The sustainment funds.
I guess so. I guess, I mean, this building was beautiful. And they have a lot of pride in this building. And, you have district judges sitting there, and if they want to see beautiful statues, they get to see beautiful statues.
All right, well, thanks for hanging in there today. We are starting into the social hour, so feel free to mingle, exchange business cards, have questions and dialogues. Did you have another? Oh. Yes, so your, happy hour social is, thank you to the sponsors. These are the people that make these things possible. Every time we do this, we ask questions of why do you come? And they say, the people. So this is why we spend so much time making sure you have opportunity to talk. So thanks. See you out there.
Thanks, Coach.